So there we are. Let's see if that is. Let's see if that's showing up here. Looking at channel. Feel echoey. I don't know. I think I'm just being overly sensitive. Let's look at channel. And yeah, okay. So we are live on the super impromptu, unplanned live stream Jesus Fails documenting journey. Let me put a link to this in the Discord. Hey, Michael, by all means, go have a good dinner and come check out. This is really impromptu today. Doing some on-screen documenting here of Jesus' many failures. But yeah, love to have you around whenever you're ready. Let's see here. Grab a link to this. And we'll put this in the Discord as well, just in case anybody wants to, well, in case anyone sees that from the Discord. Oh, man. Let me see here. Content, and then live, and get shareable link. Put this in the Discord. And then promote your stuff. Here we go. Oops, hold up. Prompt 2. Live stream. Going off now. Demented says, yeah, I can watch you snark for an hour, Adam Roland. I love it. I love it. Okay, so this is, all right, I've got all the setup here, so good to go. This is very impromptu. So Demented says, branched out to Discord. Good move, it'll help the channel grow. So I haven't gotten my own Discord yet. I need to do that at some point. I suppose it will, provide some kind of benefit. I'm not sure, but there's the Discord that has Justin, Deconstruction Zone, and a bunch of other people there, and I'm a member of that Discord. So they have a channel there where you can promote your stuff. Say like, hey, look at me, I'm live. So that's what I'm talking about there. But I very well could, at some point in the not too distant future, absolutely have a scenario where I am, have my own Discord. Someone talked about it in the last, what was it? The last live stream, I think. Someone had called in and said something about that a few live streams ago. Okay. Are you trying JJG? I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to grab from that. Let me tweak my settings here because I can't see my comment stream on here. So let me make sure I can pull that up so you guys can see if I highlight comments. You guys can tell I played around here. There we go. Or it says try JJG. Okay. So I don't know what JJG is. So I'm not sure what that means, but I'm always willing to try new stuff if it's going to be helpful. But I'm not sure at the moment what that means. So what we're doing here today you know, if you guys have been around the channel a little bit, you know that sometimes, well, you know that my normal live streams are every Tuesday starting at 5 o'clock Central Time. We normally go there for a while. We go late. A lot of times on weekends when I'm working on other stuff and kind of brainstorming, sometimes I'll throw up an impromptu live stream here. So what I'm doing tonight is, you may have heard me mention in the last live stream that for my channel, I started doing a new series where I was going through in detail of all of the failed prophecies from Jesus. And I wanted to have like a video record of every reason why every one of these so-called, every one of these so-called prophecies of Jesus are just absolutely ridiculous, which I got, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 videos into that, which is fine. I did find that while there seem to be a handful of loyal people who really like that series a lot, also they seem to perform much worse than a lot of my other videos. Not that I have amazing performance on any of my videos, but it seems like they perform even less. You know, I have on these, where are they here? You know, this has got, well, that's got 1,300 views, but then the next one, you know, as I go through these, this one only has 600 views. So, you know, some of these just don't have a lot of views, which is fine. I mean, you know, this has 334 views, which is really low for my channel. I mean, normally even crappy videos tend to get 800 to 1,000 views, you know, within the first couple of weeks. But so these are kind of tanking in that regard, which is fine. I think that people like the theory of it, but then, you know, going through every single video one by one probably is more than most people want to do. So instead of continuing that video series, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to document here. I'm going to put in the skepticus.info companion site an entire tab that has every one of these fantasy bullshit non-prophecies that were supposedly fulfilled by Jesus and never were, or the fact is most of them aren't even prophecies at all. So I'm going to put that here. And what I'm going to do in the interim, well, what I'm doing here is starting to, I don't have a tab for it yet, but what we're going to do is document these, and we will annotate them for all posterity on the skepticus.info site. So at least there it is always available for every single one of these things. Eventually, well, it'll take us more than one live stream to get through these, and I can't go through super late tonight because I have to pick up my wife from an event later. But we will get them all annotated here. So that way, as a resource for me, as a resource for you, maybe, you know, if anybody ever says, well, you know, there's this one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, you can literally point them to this site, or you can pull it up yourself and say, here's the so-called prophecy that you think he fulfilled. And oh, by the way, here are the exact reasons why these are not prophecies and they weren't fulfilled by Jesus and they're complete fucking fantasy. So that's what we're doing here tonight. And I will start to go through these one by one here. Let me pull up really quick, just a few more notes before we dive in. So this is, of course, anytime I do an impromptu like this, I open the phone line, if you will. So if somebody wants to call, whether it's a believer that wants to argue with me or talk about anything else for that matter, or if any of the friends of the channel want to call and talk about anything, I am open to do that. Certainly we can have other conversations, but let me move this here, moving things around on screen live. So, but that being said, unless somebody calls in, it's going to be kind of more of a working session where I'm putting things on screen. You guys can chat at me. I will try to look. You guys can call if you want to. If we want to change subjects or get off on tangents, we can always do that, because what the hell? It's an impromptu live stream. We can do whatever the hell we want, right? But otherwise, what we'll do is I'll just sit here one by one and annotate these so that I have them available for posterity anytime someone wants to pull up this bullshit about how any of these are actually prophecies fulfilled by Jesus. So let's dive in, shall we? And if you watch the first couple episodes of that series, these first couple ones may be a little duplicative to you, because I did go through this logic on here before. But I'm going to build this document and do these one by one. And so some of this you may have seen recently, but I want to make sure that we get this all annotated here on skepticus.info So that's what I'm doing. So we're starting off with number 1. And this isn't a bulleted list. This will be a numbered list. The infamous Genesis 3:15. And we'll look at this. We'll say, what is this? What is the description that they say? This is a prophecy about seed of a woman, virgin birth. So let's go here back to our doc. We'll say this is the description. And let's see. Verse, we'll go ahead and put in here the actual text from the verses as well. So let me get that queued up here for you guys to see. So we'll go to Genesis 3:15. Come on. React to me here. Let me relaunch this. Sometimes when I have a lot of things going, this Bible app gets a little ornery. But we'll go to Genesis 3:15. And Genesis 3:15 is that I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will strike your head, and you will strike his heel. So let's go back here, get our verse there, first of all. And if this is kind of boring for some of you guys to watch and don't want to hang around, I understand that. Or if you want to change the subject and want to hit me up with calls or other comments, I will try to pay attention. But like I said, we're kind of using this as a working session. So, and then we'll put the fulfillment because sometimes they give us more than one verse where this is. So this was Galatians 4:4-5. Yeah, there we go. 4:4-5. And what is Galatians 4:4-5? Find that really quick here. And then the other one that they claim is a fulfillment of this is Matthew 1:18. So let's pull that up as well. And obviously, for tonight, I'm sitting here working off of this document. This is information that I'm not updating the website live as we speak. I'm just working on the document. But then I will, in short order, take all of this information and dump it into skepticus.info so that if anybody wants to reference it at any point in the future, you are more than welcome to do so. So this is Matthew 1:18. And the text, I selected that there. No, I did not. The text is this. So, okay, so we'll do this as and then we'll description, and then we'll put in notes. So as you can see, the verse that is given as the prophecy fulfilled by Jesus is that I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will strike your head, and you will strike his heel. And then in Galatians, it says, but when the fullness of time had come, God sent his son, born of a woman, born under the law, in order to redeem those who were under the law, so that we might receive adoption as children. And I should put this up here as to what this supposedly is telling us. So the description is seed of a woman and virgin birth. Okay, there we go. And in Matthew 1:18 says, now the birth of Jesus, the Messiah, took place in this way. When his mother, Mary, had been engaged to Joseph, but before they lived together, she was found to be pregnant from the Holy Spirit. Now, I'm going to be frank with you. I've gone through this multiple times. I've even had a few commenters comment as to how this is even supposed to tie in, but it's so obtuse to me. Every time I pull it up again, I can't even remember what the logic is supposed to be from this. That somehow this statement of, I will put enmity between you and the woman and between your offspring and hers. He will strike your he will strike your head and you will strike his heel. How that in any way, shape, or form relates to a virgin birth, I have no idea. Now, as far as seed of a woman, I mean, literally every person who has ever walked this earth other than Adam, according to Christian mythology, is the seed of a woman. Well, everyone other than Adam and Eve, right? So, I mean, according, if we want to say that this somehow predicts that Jesus will be born of a woman, I mean, if he's going to be born as a human on this planet, he would be born of a woman. So that doesn't even apply. So let's see. First of all, this is not a forecast. Well, let me rephrase that, because it's a forecast about what will happen to serpents. It's a forecast about the idea that there will be enmity between the woman and the serpent, and he will strike your head and you will strike his heel. So let me rephrase this. Well, this is not a forecast about Jesus in any way. It's an etymology. It's an etiology about why we hate snakes. So, furthermore, and I know that some of my friends of the channel, my members and such, don't always agree with me on this, but I hold to this very dearly, that this is spoken directly by God. God cannot make a prophecy. To claim otherwise is a category error. And of course, in the future, I will copy and paste some of these things. I won't be typing these things out every time. So yeah, this is not a prophecy, because it is no different than me telling you that tomorrow I will brush my teeth. I mean, I might brush my teeth tomorrow, but if you want to give me credit for a prophecy, that's rather silly. Because if we are to believe that Yahweh can do all things, and according to Christian ideology of God, he can do them easily. So the idea that he can tell you exactly what he's going to do and then do it. He will put enmity between you and the serpent. Okay, great. Good job, God. And what else am I going to put on this? It's not a forecast about Jesus. It's spoken directly by God. And this didn't happen from the perspective Jesus in any way fulfills this. The only thing that happened is that we don't like snakes, which is not exactly an example of Jesus fulfilling anything here. So, I mean, how you read this right here and somehow put Jesus into this, and you guys know that. You guys know what the Christian thing is with Genesis. They'll tell you that the serpent is Satan, which is also bullshit. There is no reason to read Genesis and believe in any way, shape, or form that there is any fallen angel, devil person in that story at all. But that's not even the main problem with this so-called bullshit prophecy, that if you want to tell me that this somehow speaks to Jesus, there is nothing in this whatsoever that in any way talks about Jesus at all. So we're going to move on to the next one, because I'm just going to pile through these, unless anyone has something that they'd like to bring up to me as a different way of looking at these things, or would like to steer the conversation in a different way. Now, Genesis 3:15, once again, they give us another prophecy. This is one thing I find to be hilarious, because as if these supposed prophecies fulfilled by Jesus from the Old Testament weren't bad enough already, they compound it by then trying to take one verse and telling you that it's not just the fulfillment of a prophecy, which is normally laughably incorrect, but they make it even worse by telling you, oh, it's two prophecies or three prophecies even, and it's the fulfillment of all these prophecies. And you just have to be smoking so much stuff in order to really think that that there's just all these prophecies in here. So this is that he will bruise Satan's head. So same verse, Genesis 3:15, but in this case, we're saying that this is a fulfillment of a prophecy because Jesus will bruise Satan's head. And the supposed fulfillment verses that they give us are... So is this dude atheist? I mean, I could be a smartass and be like, yeah, what do you think? I mean, like, I have a thing on the screen here that says Jesus failed. So, of course, I guess you could argue that I'm just like a Muslim or something, like someone who has more of an adversary relationship directly with Christianity. But yes, the short answer is yes, I am an atheist. Absolutely. And the intention of this video, this live stream, as you might have gotten from the thumbnail, is that we're doing this because I am annotating. We're going to put this on the companion site, which is skepticus.info. Each one of these fairy tale bullshit stories about these prophecies that Jesus supposedly fulfilled, and we're going to show not just the full verbiage, and we're going to show why it's complete and utter bullshit, because there's literally not a single so-called prophecy in the entire Old Testament that Christians want to claim was a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus. There's not a single one of them that is actually a prophecy and is fulfilled by Jesus. So in this case, the fulfillments of these are Hebrews 2:14. So let's grab that. And Hebrews 2:14 says, let's see, where's my Hebrews? Hebrews, there, 2:14. And Hebrews 2:14 says, we'll read those in a second. And then the other one is 1 John 3:8, which says, 1 John 3:8, which says here. Go back to our notes. Here's the text. And then let's talk about notes on this. So, same verse, putting enmity between the snake and the woman. And they said that this is the fulfillment of Jesus fulfilled this prophecy because he says because he bruised Satan's head. So from Hebrews 2:14 it says, "Since therefore the children share flesh and blood, he himself likewise shared the same things, so that through death he might destroy the one who has the power of death, that is the devil." And then 1 John 3:8 says, "Everyone who commits sin is of the devil. For the devil has been sinning from the beginning. The Son of God was revealed for this purpose, to destroy the works of the devil." So let's kind of look at some basic factors here. Once again, I'm going to say this is not a forecast about Jesus in any way. It's an etiology about why we hate snakes. It's literally not telling you anything other than the idea that this is what this is why we don't like snakes. And to somehow tie that to Jesus is desperate and ridiculous. So I'm also going to point out again, I'm going to copy this from up here, that this is spoken directly by God. So anytime you want to tell me that there's a prophecy that is given to us by God, then that you're making a category error. There's logically no such thing as a prophecy that is delivered by God. He can give you a forecast. He can say, hey, this is what's going to happen. He can make a promise. We can make a covenant. He can just tell you what's going to happen in the future. But to give credit in any way as this being a forecast, or excuse me, a prophecy, is categorically ridiculous. So so here we go. What else we have here? So let's see. Just looking at my notes over here. So with regard to where they say that this is fulfilled, I mean, here's what I'm going to type. The Christian delusion here is that somehow this is a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus, because in Genesis 3:15 it states that the serpent, that humans will strike the heads of serpents, and serpents will. I hate the way this does it to me all the time on. Let me acknowledge this really quick here. So, why is this one here? I had to highlight over here. So, Constellation Pegasus, thank you very much, friend, for the. I had to move this up a little bit. Oops, let's do this. Let me grab this so that's a little higher. Constellation Pegasus, thank you very much, friend, for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It says, look at Ezekiel chapter 45. It describes the third temple in great detail with the returning sacrificial system. Unintentional sins the Messiah will bring. This completely destroys Christianity. It's there in everyone's face. So that's, I mean, especially since you were kind enough to send me a super chat, let's indulge you in this. So let me take a look at this. It's been a while since I've read Ezekiel, so I'm very interested to see what it says myself. So let's pull this up. Let me switch my scene here, and you can see we're going to pull up Ezekiel chapter 45. And let me find my Ezekiel 45. And is there a particular place we should start on this? Because we got the whole chapter here. But you're saying it describes the third temple in great detail with the returning sacrificial system, unintentional sins the Messiah will bring. So unintentional sins that the Messiah will bring. Well, let's go ahead and just read through this. Yeah, it's not too long. So let's go through this and see if I can see what you're talking about here. So the holy district. When you allot the land as an inheritance, you shall set aside for the Lord a portion of the land as a holy district, 25,000 cubits long and 20,000 cubits wide. It shall be holy throughout its entire extent. Of this, a square plot of 500 by 500 cubits shall be for the sanctuary, with 50 cubits for an open space around it. In the holy district, you shall measure off a section, 25,000 cubits long and 10,000 wide, in which shall be the sanctuary, the most holy place. It shall be a holy portion of the land. It shall be for the priests who minister in the sanctuary and approach the Lord to minister to him. And it shall be both a place for their houses and a holy place for the sanctuary. Another section, 25,000 cubits long and 10,000 cubits wide, shall be for the Levites who minister at the temple as their holding for cities to live in. Alongside the portion set apart as the holy district, you shall assign as a holding for the city an area 5,000 cubits wide and 25,000 cubits long. It shall belong to the whole house of Israel. And to the prince shall belong the land. And to the prince shall belong the land on both sides of the holy district and the holding of the city, alongside the holy district and the holding of the city. That's weird. On the west and on the east, corresponding in length to one of the tribal portions and extending from the western to the eastern boundary of the land. It is to be his property in Israel, and my princes shall no longer oppress my people, but they shall let the house of Israel have the land according to their tribes. Thus says the Lord God, enough, O princes of Israel, put away violence and oppression, and do what is just and right. Cease your evictions of my people, says the Lord God. Weights and measures you shall have honest balances, an honest ephah and an honest bath. The ephah and the bath shall be of the same measure, the bath containing 1/10 of a homer, and the ephah 1/10 of a homer. The homer shall be the standard measure. The shekel shall be 20 gerahs, 20 shekels, 25 shekels, and 15 shekels shall make a mina for you. Offerings. This is the offering that you shall make: 1/6 of an ephah from each homer of wheat, and 1/6 of an ephah from each homer of barley. And as the fixed portion of oil, 1/10 of a bath from each core. The core, like the homer, contains 10 baths, and 1 sheep from every flock of 200 from the pastures of Israel. This is the offering for grain offerings, burnt offerings, and offerings of well-being, to make atonement for them, says the Lord God. All the people of the land shall join in making this offering in Israel through the prince. This shall be the obligation of the prince regarding the burnt offerings, grain offerings, and drink offerings at the festivals, the new moons, and the Sabbaths, all the appointed festivals of the house of Israel. He shall provide the purification offerings, the grain offerings, the burnt offerings, and the offerings of well-being, to make atonement for the house of Israel. And then finally we have festivals. Thus says the Lord God, in his first month, on the first day of the month, you shall take a bull of the herd without blemish and purify the sanctuary. The priest shall take some of the blood of the purification offering and put it on the doorposts of the temple, the 4 corners of the ledge of the altar, and the posts of the gate of the inner court. You shall do the same on the 7th day of the month for anyone who has sinned through error or ignorance. So you shall make atonement for the temple. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, you shall celebrate the festival of the Passover, and for 7 days unleavened bread shall be eaten. On that day the prince shall provide for himself and all the people of the land a bull for a purification offering. And during the 7 days of the festival he shall provide as a burnt offering to the Lord 7 bulls and 7 rams without blemish on each of the 7 days, and a male goat daily for a purification offering. He shall provide as a grain offering an ephah for each bull, an ephah for each ram, and a hin of oil to each ephah. In the 7th month, on the 15th day of the month, and for the 7 days of the festival, he shall make the same provision for purification offerings, burnt offerings, and grain offerings, and for the oil. So, that being said, let me pull up your original comment here, Constellation Pegasus. It says, look at Ezekiel chapter 45. It describes the third temple in great detail. Okay, we read that with the returning sacrificial system. Unintentional sins the Messiah will bring. I don't see where it's saying unintentional sins the Messiah will bring. I'm not sure where you're going with that. So forgive me for not understanding that reference, Constellation Pegasus. But then it says, this completely destroys Christianity. It's there in everyone's face. I don't know exactly where you're going with the destroys Christianity bit. I mean, obviously I'm not exactly a friend of Christianity, right? But I know what I think, how I think that this does not speak well for Christianity, but I don't know if we're on the same page here. So let me explain what I'm saying here. First of all, it does provide instructions for sacrifices, but the sacrifices don't have to be blood. And then we see this going back as far as, I think the first time this is mentioned is in Leviticus, to where you don't have to have blood for atonement. So the whole idea, this whole fairy tale that Christians have made up about the substitutionary atonement doctrine, which is not held by all Christians, but is a very common doctrine by Christians, as to try to make sense of this idea that Jesus had to die for our sins. And whereas the fact is that in the Old Testament, it made it very clear that you didn't always have to give blood to atone for sins. In fact, some of the later books like Micah were making a few references to the idea that you could kind of see where they were already making suggestions that this blood sacrifice idea was at least theoretically falling out of favor with some people. And some people realized that it didn't make a lot of sense. The deeper problem to me, and this is another reason why I say Jesus failed, not just because he failed utterly to fulfill any prophecy, which he did, but on top of that, there is the entire ministry of Jesus. If you want to take the Gospels, if you want to do internal critique and assume on some level that these are the words of Jesus, the entire ministry of Jesus is very clear about, and says repeatedly about forgiveness, not atonement. Now, granted, it does say you're supposed to follow all the old laws too, which required atonement. But the key distinction here is that atonement we all often conflate with forgiveness. They're not the same thing. They're very different. I mean, they might lead to the same end, which is that you have been forgiven or relieved of your guilt or your burden for these sins that you've supposedly created or committed. But the deeper point is this: atonement is a payback. Atonement is like paying back a loan. And that's not what forgiveness is. And that's not really what Jesus taught at all. So we're supposed to believe that even though Jesus came to earth and preached constantly about forgiveness, not atonement, now we're supposed to believe that this sacrifice was necessary as atonement, as blood atonement for our sins, which is logically incoherent. It also just, if you think about it for about 2 minutes, logically, without having your God goggles on and your Christian goggles, it also becomes very problematic if you're not just already suckling at the Christian teat, because what we are supposed to believe is that Yahweh is perfectly just. And his idea of perfect justice is to sacrifice a sinless, perfect being in order to somehow save us, which is the epitome of injustice. There is no better way to define injustice than to say, punish someone who never did a crime in order to get someone else off the hook. That there is no logical way that you can call that injustice. It is just absolutely logically incoherent. So, many different ways you can look at that. So I think we're on the same page, Constellation Pegasus. I just don't know exactly where how you're working that. Okay. So, but I feel you. I feel you. Also, I want to give a thank you here to super chat here from $2 here from Constellation Pegasus. Has learned about this from Tovia Singer. So I don't know who Tovia Singer is. Let me look that up really quick. So, Rabbi. Okay. Oh, okay. I you know what? I know who that is. At least let me say this a different way. Of course, I don't know him personally, and I can't pretend to have been very deeply knowledgeable about him, but I've seen him a lot. I've seen him on videos. So I'm definitely Constellation Pegasus, I'm definitely going to look up, not right here on the live stream, but I'm going to look up more from Tovia Singer and about Ezekiel, and because there's probably aspects of this chapter that I'm not properly embracing. So I appreciate you pointing this out to me, and I will look this up and get myself better educated on that. So, but thank you for the super chats, friend. I really appreciate you very much. So, let's see here. Going back to our fantasies about Jesus fulfilling prophecy. Where is it? So Jared says you talked with him, Adam. Who are you saying I talked with? I haven't talked with... am I mixing up people here? Just a second. I think you're conflating here with his name. I was on his show, and now his name has escaped my lips just because I'm old. But just a second, let me look up here, because I'm going to screw up his name, then I'm going to feel bad because I screwed up his name, because he's been very nice to me and I've been on his show. So let me pull this up and make sure I don't screw this up, because that would be kind of rude, you know. Let's see here, a second. Where's my collaborations? Is community. Just a second here. Sorry, guys. Just hang on a second. I just want to pull this up so I make sure that I don't screw this up. Community mentions. Tavo Sanabria, or Tavo Sanabria. He's the one, and I couldn't remember his last name. That's why I was like, I want to make sure I don't screw up the guy's name. So I have not talked with Tovia Singer, if that's what you're talking about by. So if you're telling me that Tovia Singer is Tavo Sanabria, I don't think that can't be right, because Tavo was a Muslim. I don't think he was ever a Jew or a rabbi. So unless I think you're conflating there, but I understand the connection. But he's not. Tovia Singer is not the guy with the owl. That's Tavo. So anyway, moving on. Let me move back to our monitor here, and we can go back to our notes. And yeah, no worries, JR. I mean, that's an easy conflation, and they're close enough that when you said it originally, I thought, wait a minute, are they really the same person? But then I was like, no, they're not the same person. The background is I found this video. It's like the Gospel of John, a movie about the full Gospel of John. So as you can tell, I was playing around today, and I had never bothered. I have a green screen, of course, but I had never bothered to figure out how to get the green screen working with OBS, which is the software, one of the softwares that you can use for streaming. So since I have that going, I was like, oh, cool, I'll put that up. And I figured since we're going to be talking about all of the many failures of Jesus, why not put up this behind me? So I thought that would be kind of fun. Also, I love the idea that I have virtually superimposed myself into the life of Jesus here. I think that's great. You know, I thought that was kind of fun. Okay, so looking back at thank you again for those super chats. I appreciate that. So looking back at our notes. So the Christian delusion here is that somehow this is a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus, because in Genesis 3:15, it states that the humans will strike the heads of serpents, and serpents will strike the heel of humans. And then somehow we are to completely jump the shark and make the massive illogical leap that this somehow is a prophecy of Jesus defeating evil and or Satan, which is a complete and utter stretch. So that's why this idea, this second interpretation of Genesis 3:15 is still stupid and is no better than the first failed interpretation of Genesis 3:15. So moving down our list of stupid failed prophecies that Jesus never even got close to fulfilling, most of them because they're not prophecies, we have Genesis 5:24. So let's look at that. 5:24. And we're going to grab the verse. Make these consistent here. I'm going to grab the verse, which will be, I'm going to go ahead and just keep my same. Keep my template here. I'm going to copy this on another page over here so that I can always copy it over like that. So let's do this and create a new document, which will just have my template on it. Okay, so we'll say, going back to here, Genesis 5:24 is, so this is Enoch walked with God, and then he was no more because God took him. Which, by the way, you guys probably know this already, but this one verse, I talked about it briefly in one of the first episodes of God Free Bible Study. This one verse always sparks an endless degree of wonder for certain Christians who really get into this kind of stuff, because you know, it just says that he walked with God and then he was no more. And then people are like, ooh, you know, like, I guess he didn't die. I guess he went right up to heaven, which, you know, is something that you can infer from this. It doesn't say that explicitly. Another just cleaner way to think about this is, you know, Christians will like to point out that he's one of the few people in the Bible who's never died, at least according to the narrative. That's of course, a bit of a stretch, but you can see where this is going. So they're going to say the bodily ascension to heaven is illustrated. So that's what they're claiming is the fulfillment of, and this is Mark 16:19. So we'll do this. And let's go pull up Mark 16:19. And Mark 16:19 is that, so then the Lord Jesus, after he had spoken to them, was taken up into heaven and sat down at the right hand of God. So there are a number of ridiculous notes to put about this as to how stupid this is. So first of all, simply illustrating that someone in past book of the Bible ascended to heaven. Simply illustrating that someone in a past book of the Bible ascended to heaven is not in any way a prophecy. It's just saying, okay, that he ascended to heaven. If we really want to get even more specific about this, even if we want to grant this, the plain fact is that the original verse never clearly states that Enoch ascended to heaven. So not only is it not a prophecy just to say, look, this is what happened to Enoch. He walked with God and then he was no more because God took him. I mean, God took him where? God could have taken him down to Sheol. God could have taken him to the surface of Venus. You know, like God could have taken him anywhere. I do understand that the implication that Christians typically bring to this, and Jews as well, I assume, is that, when it says that God took him, you want to think that that means that God took him up to heaven, but you're still reading into it there. But even if we grant that, okay, fine, he took him up to heaven. I mean, illustrating that somebody in the distant past, in the first book of the Bible, ascended to heaven because God had took him there is in no way a prophecy of Jesus. In fact, it's not a prophecy of anything. It's just not a prophecy at all. So this is simply not a prophecy. Is there anything else we want to annotate about this? I think we're going to leave it at that. So it's simply not a prophecy. So no, this is not a fulfilled prophecy by Jesus because it's not a prophecy. So there we go. Another big loss, a big fail for Jesus, because no one fails like Jesus fails. Jesus is the undefeated world champion of fail. So let's move on. And as you guys have probably already noticed, if you watch some of my videos on these, I had like a whole scorecard. I like the scorecard, but I'm trying to condense this because I don't want to sit here and go through the same scorecard on every single one of these. So I'm trying to hit the key points on this to see if there's anything that we really have to highlight about how inherently stupid this is. So, Yahoo's really trolling away there. The Earth is flat. Okay, that's. I assume they're just trolling, but that's pretty funny. Although there are flurfers out there. So let's look at the next one now. Is Genesis 9:26 through 27. Troll, troll, troll your boat gently down the stream. Verily, 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 facts are but a dream. Okay, so we got this kind of as our template now. And here is the original verse, Genesis 9:26 through 27. Let's get that. 26 through 27, which is right here. Put this up on screen. Get this condensed down. Sorry. have to copy and paste these verses of like poetry. It doesn't copy and paste well into here. So the description that this is trying to give us is that the God of Shem will be the son of Shem. Which even that statement alone is like wait, what? The God of Shem will be the son of Shem. But okay. So let's look at the fulfillment verses that they give us. Is Luke 3:36. So let's put that there. And let's pull that up. Luke 3:36, which says, now it's funny because of course this doesn't look like much, right? Because this is literally part of the lineage of Jesus, right? So this is showing us that according to this lineage, because there are two lineages and they don't match, but nevertheless, according to this lineage, we can see that supposedly Jesus is descended from son of Cain, son of Arphaxad, son of Shem, son of Noah, son of Lamech. Okay, so let's put this here and let's talk about how utterly stupid this is. So the original verse says from Genesis 9:26 and 27, he also said, "Blessed by the Lord my God be Shem, and let Canaan be his slave. May God make space for Japheth, and let him live in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his slave." So let's talk about how blind and ignorant and audacious do you have to be to assert that a verse about Noah cursing Shem is somehow a fulfilled prophecy of Jesus? I mean, really, that says all of it right there. I mean, of course, this verse that we're talking about, this is one of the infamous verses where, Noah got into his wine and he was, depending upon how you want to read it, it's at the most simple reading, you can say that Noah was apparently passed out naked and his son saw him. There are certainly people who have surmised that his son did more than just see him, and that's something that you have to read into the text because it's not very explicit at all. But nevertheless, from that, what's really infamous to me, at least in my mind from this, is that he's so pissed off by what has happened. So what does he do? Does he curse his son? No, he curses his grandson. He curses his grandson to be the slave of his brothers. Or excuse me, he curses his grandson to be the slave of his uncles. Because when you are mad at your son, the best thing to do is to curse your grandchildren, because that makes a lot of sense. And somehow you want to tell me that that is a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus. That's just outright abjectly ignorant. It's just so stupid. So, like I said, how blind and ignorant and audacious do you have to be to assert that a verse about Noah cursing Shem is somehow a fulfilled prophecy of Jesus? Jesus is literally never mentioned in this, in the original verse. He's never even vaguely alluded to. Under this twisted logic, anyone who is descended from Shem can somehow be claimed to have fulfilled this laughably non-prophecy. This laughable non-prophecy. Let's do that. I love going through these because And this is why, even though the video series isn't doing well for this particular item, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a live stream, and we're going to do these on live stream. And then I'm going to annotate them on skepticus.info for posterity. Because, first of all, they're just so patently stupid. And I have gotten some comments from people since I started doing the series who said that, yeah, you know, I thought that Jesus fulfilled a lot of prophecies, and then that when they went in and started looking at the prophecies that are attributed to Jesus, it's not just that they're not clearly telling you that Jesus was, you know, in this prophecy. It's that they are laughably not prophecies at all. Like, it's embarrassing, actually. Like, when you look at a list like this, the only way that you can compile a list like this is to have no sense of self-awareness about your own claims and about how stupid this looks to anyone who has not already drank all of the Kool-Aid. Because almost every single one of the ones in this list aren't even prophecies at all. It's no different than me going through the Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones and just randomly pulling out sentences that aren't prophecies. And then out of nowhere, just saying, look, that's talking about Jesus. Can't you see? That's talking about Jesus right there. Where anyone who's not drunk and mentally unstable will be looking at what you are saying and feel bad for you. They will feel embarrassed for you, because in order to make these kinds of claims, you have to be just embarrassingly sucking up to your own doctrines and your own faith and your own religion. It's not even like, you know, Nostradamus, for example. I always use him as an example of modern-ish kind of prophecy that most people have been exposed to at some point. They're incredibly vague because that's how prophets work. They just make these really vague statements. But at least you can tell they're prophecies. You know, you can tell he purports to be in this prophetic haze, you know, and he's trying to tell you something that's going to happen in the future. Yeah, it's all incredibly vague, but at least you can tell that they're prophecies. But all of these stupid non-prophecies that Christians glom onto, nobody who hasn't drank all of the Christian Kool-Aid would ever tell you at all that these are even prophecies. Forget whether or not they're failed or fulfilled. They're just not prophecies. Full stop. So moving on, let's go to Genesis 12:3. Let me grab my template here. So Genesis 12:3. And this is supposed to be the seed of Abraham will bless all nations. So this is the description. And the text from Genesis 12:3 says this. And moving back to here, this is right here. There we go. And then the fulfillment that they give us is from Galatians 3:8. And then Acts 3:25 through 26. So let's grab those, put them up here, and show the stupid. So let's pull up Galatians 3:8, which is here. And then let's also pull up Acts 3:25 through 26. And those are right here. Okay, so let's look at what these are saying. So from the original verse, it says, I will bless those who bless you. This is Yahweh talking to Abraham. I will bless those who bless you. And the one who curses you, I will curse. And in you, all the families of the earth shall be blessed. Okay, so that's Yahweh talking to Abraham. Now, in Galatians 3:8, it says, And the scripture, foreseeing that God would reckon as righteous the Gentiles by faith, declared the gospel beforehand to Abraham, saying, all the Gentiles shall be blessed in you. And then in Acts 3:25 through 26, it says, you are the descendants of the prophets and of the covenant that God gave to your ancestors, saying to Abraham, and in your descendants all the families of the earth shall be blessed. When God raised up his servant, he sent him first to you to bless you by turning each of you from your wicked ways. So let's make some notes on this. First and foremost, there is no logical way to assert that the blessing that will come to all the families of the earth was and categorically must be Jesus. Under this ridiculously vague thinking, the blessing could have been the invention of the internet, or the vaccine for polio, or literally any other positive thing that has helped everyone around the world. So that's logic stupidity right there, as far as trying to say that this blessing has to be Jesus. I mean, how could it be anything but Jesus? The next thing about this is that it's culturally ethnocentric and downright arrogant to claim that all of the people of the world who lived after Abraham, but before the life and times of Jesus, were somehow blessed. I'll put that in quotes. Blessed by Jesus. In other words, at the time when Abraham is supposed to have lived, depending upon what timeline you want to take, you're talking well into the second millennia BCE. And at that time, there were people living in South America. There were people living in North America. There were people living in East Asia. There were people living in Australia. The Aborigines of Australia are one of the most ancient peoples of this world. And they were well established in terms of being societies of their own. But to in any way try to then claim that they were blessed by Jesus before Jesus even was born is ignorant. But then it gets worse. So it's also culturally ethnocentric and downright arrogant to claim that all of the people the world who lived after Jesus but never heard of him were somehow blessed by Jesus. So in other words, even after Jesus lived, what did that do for the people living in South America? What did it do for people living across North America? I mean, they had no freaking clue. Most of the people in Africa had, even though, I know you could say, well, Egypt, that's Africa, right? But that is the extreme northeast portion of Africa. So it's reasonable to assume that shortly after Jesus' death, some people in Egypt heard word about Jesus, right? But what about the people living in the Congo? What about the people living in the extreme south of Africa and what we now call the nation of South Africa? They had no freaking clue, even after Jesus came and was crucified. For many, many centuries, a lot of these people did not even have the chance to hear the name Jesus spoken at all. But somehow we're supposed to believe that this vague promise from God given to Abraham that I will bless those who bless you, and the one who curses you I will curse, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. And somehow we're supposed to believe that that blessing is Jesus, and that therefore this is a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus. I'm also going to put on this I'm going to copy and paste this because once again, this is spoken directly by God. God cannot make a prophecy. To claim otherwise is a category error. So no, this is not even logically considered to be a prophecy in any way. This is just God telling Abraham what will happen. He's making a promise to him, if you will. Or you could even argue that he made a covenant with him, because even though in this verse we're not talking about circumcision, earlier the practice of circumcision as a covenant between Abraham and God and Abraham's people was already established. So you can say that he's making a forecast. You can say he's making a promise. You can say he's explaining what will happen as a result of the covenant that he has put in place between him and Abraham. In no way does it logically represent a prophecy. Also, I'm going to mention here that trying to craft a fulfilled prophecy out of something as vague and mundane as a blessing is laughable. In other words, we can make up anything and say it's a blessing. We can say that all the descendants of Abraham at some point in their life will get a more favorable parking spot once. Once in their life, they will get a more favorable parking spot because they are descendants of Abraham. And I know this actually talks about all the people of the earth. Okay, so at one point, everybody on earth gets one favorable parking spot that they wouldn't have gotten unless Abraham had his covenant with God. I mean, you can claim anything as the blessing. It is so ridiculously mundane to just use this generic language of blessing as somehow being a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus, when hear most Christians talk about it, the simple fact is that they think that every single day they're blessed. They think they're blessed because the green lights lined up on their way to work. They think that they're blessed because they saw an accident on the way to work, but they weren't in the accident. They think that everything is just a ridiculous blessing. So to try to claim this is somehow a fulfilled prophecy, and a fulfilled prophecy that was fulfilled by Jesus, is just basically putting up a big sign that says, I don't think very well. That's really all that comes down to. It's saying, I just can't do the thinking too well. Okay, so moving on. Let's move on to the next level of stupid, shall we? Because, ladies and gentlemen, the stupid just keeps coming. There's so much stupid. You can't even get to all the stupid. We definitely can't get to it in one night, that's for sure. So let's see, Genesis 12:7. So let's grab this here. Go there. Genesis 12:7. The verbiage of the verse itself is right here. The description as to what this is supposedly telling us is that this is the promise made to Abraham's seed. I could be really juvenile and say like, oh, it's a promise made to his semen, but I know that's just being stupid and silly. And then the verse that this is supposedly fulfilled in is Galatians 3:16. And yes, I do understand that, a lot of these, even if we want to be as charitable as possible, a lot of times the verse where it's fulfilled is just someone saying something that kind of is supposed to lead us to the idea that it was fulfilled. It's not necessarily that it was fulfilled in that verse, but even then these things are laughably bad. So the other reason I love going through these too is because, I'm not a Justin, I'm not a Dan McClellan, but these things, you don't have to be a biblical scholar to see the stupid. You don't have to have gone to seminary. You don't have to have a PhD, you can just read these things and see that they're stupid. So here we have Genesis 12:7. Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built there an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. And this is the promise made to Abraham's seed. Now, this one I think is hilarious because you can tell that whoever wrote Galatians was already trying to use this as some sort of connection to Jesus, but they also knew that this is logically weak as hell. So they tried to bake into Galatians itself the reason why we shouldn't think that this is weak. Because you'll see here in Galatians 3:16, it says, "Now the promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring." It does not say, "and to offsprings," as of many, but it says, "and to your offspring." That is, to one person who is Christ. I mean, let that sink in for a minute. The author of Galatians is making this ridiculous assertion that offspring has to apply to a single person, which is bullshit because the word offspring can apply to one person, or it can apply to half of your descendants, or it can apply to all of your descendants. It is a word that is ambiguous in terms of its plurality. So to just assert that the word offspring has to be a single person is proving right away that you are reaching so hard. And even if we assumed that it was one person, then how is it that we know that this person is Jesus? Oh, I know, because you told me so, because you claim it's Jesus, and therefore I'm supposed to give Jesus credit for having fulfilled this prophecy. It's this stupid stacked on stupid, stacked on stupid. So here we have a couple notes to put about this, which is that, let me change this. The first thing I'm going to point out is that this land that Yahweh is talking about never in the entire mythological history of the Hebrew Bible was completely and totally given to or controlled by the Israelites. Since the time of Jesus, this land was rarely controlled by Israelites, and even when it was, it wasn't the entirety of the land that Yahweh is referring to here. So, in other words, even if we want to accept this, this has never been entirely the Israelites' land. I mean, there were times like under David and Solomon and such when they had more, well, not under David, but like under Solomon and such, according to whether Solomon was real or not is a different discussion. But, there were times when they had reasonable control of the land, but it never lasted long. They definitely were not a people that controlled it. And of course, even in the Bible itself, it chronicles how they routinely got their asses beat over and over and over again. They got evicted, they got beat down. I mean, they just could not control that land. And of course, the story that we get in the Bible is that they could not control it because they were constantly rebellious and they were constantly praying to the wrong gods. But the reality is, this is a people who, during certain brief periods of time, had reasonable control over the land that they wanted to claim as their own. But over vast periods of time, even in their own history, never actually controlled the damn land. And they certainly controlled it not at all for large stretches of time. Even in modern day Israel, they don't control everything that is considered to be the land that was spelled out if you look at the geographic boundaries that were given by Yahweh to Abraham. So this is all, first of all, a complete fantasy with regard to ever getting this land. Also, the assertion made in Galatians that offspring only refer to one person, and that person must be Jesus, is demonstrably ignorant. So that's a big problem right there. So there's no reason, just because somebody asserts it in Galatians. I mean, they can assert that up is down, but that doesn't make it true. And you can assert to me that if it was multiple people, it'd have to be offsprings, but that's stupid too. And then to go further, it says, the original verse is that to your offspring, I will give this land. So he built there an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. And of course, the verse from Galatians is trying to claim here, they're trying to make their own assertion that the term offspring here must mean Jesus. But then it gets even more problematic, because quotes around this up here. Even if we want to grant that offspring can only refer to a single person, and even if we want to grant that this person is Jesus, it still fails miserably. Jesus never had any land. None at all. He was not a king. He was not a land. We have no record of him ever being a landowner. So this supposed prophecy would still fail. You also have, once again, the problem that what we were talking about here is a promise given directly from the omnipotent creator God of the universe, which is not a prophecy. So this just fails on so many different levels. Even if you want to assume that the reference to offspring was a reference to one person, and that one person was Jesus, and that this person, Jesus, is your offspring, I will give this land. Well, you haven't given it to him yet. And if you want to assume that he's going to get the land at some point in the future, I mean, you could make that argument, but then that would still not be a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus. That would just be you trying to make, reach at straws, grab at straws there and say, look, one day he'll fulfill it. Okay, fine. Come call me back when he actually comes back and has the land. Then we can talk about this ridiculous non-prophecy. But right now, even if we grant all of the ridiculous assumptions that are built into this non-prophecy bullshit, it still doesn't work. It's still a failure. So this is what I say, when I say that some of these people just have no sense of self-awareness when they put together these lists. Because even if we want to grant your bullshit assumptions here, you're making a case for something that Jesus clearly and demonstrably never accomplished. The only other way that you can try to pull this shit off is to say, oh, well, he has all the land. It's all his. Which that's just flowery bullshit talk. I mean, if we're going to go down that path, we can also say that I have all the land in the promised land and I'm the king of it and everyone should bow down to me. I mean, no one will believe me. No one will do it. But I mean, as long as we're just going to take whatever stupid bullshit that someone wants to state because it's their religion, then we have just lost the ability to have any intelligent conversations whatsoever. So now we're going to look at Genesis 14:18, which apparently, ladies and gentlemen, is not one fulfilled prophecy by Jesus, not two fulfilled prophecies by Jesus, but yes, you heard it right, 3 fulfilled prophecies by Jesus. So if this one verse is 3 fulfilled prophecies by Jesus, then this has to be really good. clearly, when we pull up Genesis 14:18, you're all going to see, as soon as we read it, that this is obviously prophecy fulfilled by Jesus. You're probably going to go back to the faith or join the faith tonight. By the end of this live stream, we probably will have converted a number of you, because this is going to be so obvious and so clear. If you can pull 3 fulfilled prophecies from one verse, this must be really, really good. So let's check it out. I'm just so excited to come back to Christianity and repent of my sins and acknowledge that Jesus is Lord of all and that he has fulfilled all these prophecies. It's going to be a glorious night, people. We're going to pray. We're going to sing. We're going to eat some shitty tasting wafers. You know, we're going to do all of it. So let's see, Genesis 14:18. Let's grab the text. I guess I'm almost there right now. I can just, oh no, I'm in Galatians right now. Let me go back here. And then Genesis, well, I went past it. Genesis 14, and it's right here. Okay. Put this in our document. Oh, wait, that didn't copy. Let me grab this. There we go. And let's look at the first one here, which is the first fulfillment is from Hebrews 6:20. And the text for that is, let's see, Hebrews 6:20. I hope you guys are really sitting on pins and needles, because if we're going to fulfill 3 prophecies from one verse, you know this is going to be so good. I want you to prepare right now to accept Jesus in your heart, because it's going to be awesome. So, this is the verse. And King Melchizedek of Salem brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. That's the verse. That's the whole thing. And King Melchizedek of Salem brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. And supposedly, we're supposed to believe that this is a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus because of what it says in Hebrews 6:20, which says, where Jesus, a forerunner on our behalf, has entered, having become a high priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. Now, I do understand that they're putting this reference there in Hebrews. So clearly it's a callback, right, to Melchizedek from Genesis. But the first and most obvious way to look at this is that this is in no way a prophecy of anything. It's a past tense. It's a brief past tense narrative about King Melchizedek bringing out some bread and wine. That is it. And keep this in mind, because we're only looking at the first supposed fulfilled prophecy from this verse, and this verse does not even get close to being anything that any logical person would even identify as being a prophecy of anything. A side note on this too, you know, one of the things I'd like to say about all these bullshit little stories about, you know, look at all the prophecies Jesus fulfilled. Just do this little thought experiment. Imagine that you took someone who has never read the Bible and they don't know anything about Christianity. And I know, like, in Western society that might be hard to find, but that's why I say we'll have to do it as a thought experiment. But you find someone who's never heard about Christianity. They've never seen the Bible. They've never read a verse in it. And you sat them down and you said, I want you to read the whole book, especially the Old Testament, right? I want you to read the Old Testament from first page to last. And as you are writing, as you're reading, I want you to write down every prophecy that you see in the book. Not what it's a prophecy about. You don't have to tell me if the prophecy was fulfilled. As you are reading the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, as you're reading the Bible, I want you to sit down, Mr. Never seen Christianity person, and I want you to read everything, but every time you see a prophecy of anything, just go, ooh, that's a prophecy, and write it down. Every single one of these that we pulled up so far, nobody would have written these down. Nobody would have said, oh, that's a prophecy of something. Now, of course, there are prophecies in the Old Testament. I'm not claiming that there aren't any prophecies listed in the Old Testament at all, but I'm saying the vast majority of this list of 351 Christian fantasies, it's not just that they're prophecies that Jesus didn't fulfill. They are prophecies that no logical person who already didn't have his head shoved right up his Christian ass would ever claim is a prophecy in the first place. You have to be truly committed to making shit up for you to even have the nerve to claim that some of these verses are prophecy at all. Which is why, I bring that up, because look at this again. And King Melchizedek of Salem brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. There is no logical basis by which anyone who is not already drunk on the blood of Jesus could possibly tell you that simple, basic narrative sentence in any way constitutes a prophecy about anything. But nevertheless, we're supposed to believe that this is part of the list of bullshit that Jesus fulfilled. Because you know what? When you want it to be true badly enough, you'll make up any shit you have to just to try to claim that this is somehow a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus. So, aside from this clearly not being a prophecy, even if it was, this is completely mundane, meaning it's a sentence talking about how a king came out with bread and wine. Kings come out with bread and wine every day. That's, who cares? A king came out with bread and wine. No one cares. It is. Yeah. JR says, come on, Adam. Bread and wine are not mentioned anywhere else in the Bible. Oh, bread and wine. Oh my gosh. Well, then clearly, not only is this a prophecy, it's also obviously a miracle, right? I mean, if King Melchizedek can go grab some bread and wine, then clearly this is the true word of God right here. Who could argue with this being a complete vindication of Jesus and Christianity if we know that King Melchizedek actually brought out bread and wine? Wow. Oh. Let's see. So continuing on this, any other notes we need to put about this stupid fantasy? Let's see. It's we already covered that. So let's continue, because we have two more interpretations of this exact same verse to give you, because it's so stupid. It burns. I mean, this is just not good braining. I need you to brain better, because sometimes when people point to shit like this as a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus, they're just not braining. And I need everyone to be able to brain better. Jesse says, Pinot Noir is good. I feel you, Jesse, although I'm not much of a wine drinker, so I don't drink much. I mean, although I can drink some Pinot Noir, it's okay. I mean, I definitely don't. I never realized, I probably would have drank more wine in my life if I would have realized that every time I did, I was actually fulfilling scripture just by bringing out some bread and some wine. Like if I knew that just the act of me bringing some bread and some wine to the table is somehow vindicating Jesus Christ himself, then I guess I'd probably have bread and wine every night then, like why not? Like that's pretty impressive. But alas, maybe that's why I left Christianity and became an atheist, because I did not realize that every time I drink Every time I bring some wine to the table and every time I bring out some bread, I am somehow validating Jesus Christ. So there you go. So the second interpretation of this fantasy bullshit non-prophecy comes from Hebrews 7:2. So let's look at that one. And we'll get notes on here in a second, but I have to get the text for Hebrews. Let's pull it up. Well, it's right here in front of me. Okay, let's see. So this is what Hebrews 7:2 says. Remember, our original incredibly astute prophecy here is that, and King Melchizedek of Salem brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. And then in Hebrews 7:2 it says, and to him Abraham apportioned 1/10 of everything. His name, in the first place, means King of Righteousness. Next, he is also King of Salem, that is, King of Peace. So, I mean, clearly, the only way that you can even try to put these two together is that they're making an allusion here, because here in King Melchizedek is referred to as the King of Salem, right? And then down here we are alluding to the King of Salem. The problem with that is that an allusion is not a prophecy. Just because you can allude to something that happened way back in the story at some point in the past doesn't mean that it's a prophecy. In fact, not only can you make plenty of allusions in any type of historical text, but you can make all kinds of allusions in fiction. In fact, good fiction writers will often make allusions to things that have been referenced earlier in the story because it creates a narrative cohesiveness. So when you're 2/3 of the way through The Lord of the Rings, and somehow someone makes a comment or a reference in the story that somehow alludes to something that happened earlier, it makes the world seem richer. This is what good fiction writers do. They make allusions to things that happened in the past. That doesn't make it real. It doesn't make it true. It just means that the guy or the person writing the story knew how to craft a good story. They knew how to put it in front of you in such a way that you could feel like all of these things are connected. That's not God. That's not prophecy. That's just being a good writer. And specifically, it's being a good fiction writer. So once again, I'm just going to say that this is also completely mundane because the original text is just completely mundane. And it's also not a prophecy of anything. We're going to carry over the same thing from the first time because it's the same verse. And then we're going to move on because I don't know. I know I'm putting narrative around these because when I did the Easter live stream, I did a 9-hour marathon live stream, and I went through a lot of these. If any of you guys were with me for even a little while in the Easter live stream, you'll remember. But of course, when there's 350 to get through, a lot of them you're just like, okay, this is ridiculous. This is stupid. It's not even a prophecy. Move on, because you're trying to get through the list as fast as possible. And I'm very happy with the content that we had on the Easter live stream. But still, people aren't going to, even if you're interested in this stuff, most people are not going to go back and rewatch a 9-hour live stream from Easter just to get my take on a specific, or just to get a verdict on a specific prophecy, right? So that's why we're going through them tonight. Obviously, we're not going to go through them all tonight, but we're starting to go through them tonight. I'm going to annotate them all individually here on skepticus.info so that they're memorialized for all time, right? Or until I don't have the server anymore. And also so that, we can put a few key points about why this is so patently stupid, make that, record that and then move on. So that's what we're doing here tonight. And we'll do more of these in the future because like I said, we're not going to get through all of these tonight. And this was like an impromptu session to start with. And finally, we're going to do the third iteration of the same stupid verse that once again, they're telling us there's three prophecies fulfilled in this one verse. the stupidity, it burns. Sometimes it just burns so bad. So this is the third iteration, and this time it's saying that the Last Supper is foreshadowed. Yeah, you know where this is going, ladies and gentlemen, but nevertheless, let's pull the fulfillment verse, Matthew 26, 26 through 29. And let's get the text for Matthew 26, 26 through 29. And let's throw this into our doc. Okay, so we've already read the ridiculously brief and non-prophetic thing that this is based off of, which is Genesis 14:18. Here is where they say this is fulfilled as the Last Supper foreshadowed. While they were eating, Jesus took a loaf of bread, and after blessing it, he broke it, gave it to the disciples, and said, "Take, eat, this is my body." Then he took a cup, and after giving thanks, he gave it to them, saying, "Drink from it, all of you, for this is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins." Because nothing makes you more forgiven than ritualistic cannibalism. I tell you, I will never again drink of this fruit of the vine until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. So here's what we're supposed to take from this. Someone in the earliest stages of purported Hebrew history is recorded as having brought out some bread and some wine. And from that ridiculously, let's try insanely, that feels better, insanely mundane observation, we're then supposed to accept that the Last Supper was the fulfillment of a prophecy tied to that exact mundane, pointless fact. That's just it. So because somebody in the entirety of the Hebrew Bible at some point is recorded as having brought out some bread and some wine, we are then supposed to give them full credit, give Jesus full credit for having fulfilled a prophecy, because Jesus also is recorded as having eaten bread and eaten wine. And that's it. That's the fulfilled prophecy of Jesus. I mean, how many times in the Bible, I don't know what the number is. I truly haven't tallied this up. How many times in the Bible have they talked about someone sitting down and eating and drinking something? They talked about like, oh, they prepared a goat. So I know that's been talked about. We've talked about sitting down and eating bread and wine in the Old Testament. So essentially, anytime anyone, and of course the lamb of the Passover, anytime unleavened bread, etc., anytime anything that is eaten in the Bible then gets eaten in the present day, you can say that you are fulfilling prophecy, because somewhere in the Hebrew Bible, there is a vague reference to someone having eaten that before. And now because you're eating it, you are fulfilling prophecy, which by extension means that you're Jesus. If you sit down and eat bread and wine, you are Jesus. So congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Savior. I guess we're all Jesus. Jesus is, he's omnipresent, right? Jesus is hanging with me right now. Jesus is, giving me notes. He's like, Jesus is shaking his head and going, man, I'm sorry, man, this is embarrassing. Like, I really wish you didn't have to read this because it's really embarrassing. You can just picture Jesus in the background of me going, oh man, this is not a good look. Like, I wish people wouldn't call this shit out, Jesus and Yahweh are having this talk like can we kill this whole bullshit narrative about fulfilled prophecies? Because it's not a good look at all. It's really embarrassing. Okay. Moving on. I think that's the only note that I have to put on this, that someone in the earliest stages of reported Hebrew history is recorded as having brought out some bread and some wine. And from that insanely mundane observation, we're then supposed to accept that the Last Supper was the fulfillment of a prophecy tied to that exact mundane observation. That's the only thing I'm going to change there. But yeah, Christians, Jesus fulfilled prophecy. Yep, he fulfilled so much prophecy. This is beautiful. We finally get to move off of Genesis 14:18. I know you probably figured that there were like 7 more prophecies fulfilled in Genesis 14:18, but they're only taking credit for 3 prophecies being fulfilled in Genesis 14:18. Now you can see further down here, Genesis 49:10 supposedly has 5 prophecies fulfilled in 1 verse, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's put that one to rest for a second. Let's get to Genesis 17:19. And the text is, put that there. The description of what he's supposedly fulfilling here is seed of Isaac. It's kind of funny because they put in parentheses Genesis 21:12. Not sure how we should annotate that, but we'll get to that in a second. So let's pull up Romans 9:7, telling us that this is fulfilled. One thing you have to give Christians credit for, they have amazing imaginations. I mean, it takes a ton of imaginative power to be able to read this shit and without cracking a smile, to be able to claim that this shit is in any way a fulfilled prophecy of anything by Jesus or anyone else. Okay, so here we go is the text for this. Christians have imagination. I need like the what was that from? SpongeBob. Imagination. Okay. Let's see here. So let's put that back here. So let's dive into this. So this is the original verse is, God said, "No, but your wife Sarah shall bear you a son, and you shall name him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his offspring after him." And supposedly this is fulfilled in Jesus because in Romans 9:7 it says, "And not all of Abraham's children are his descendants, but it is through Isaac that descendants shall be named for you." First of all, I want you to look at that. This is another case of someone in the New Testament trying to assert bullshit because they can't handle the plain reading of their own text. So in other words, apologists were doing their apologist thing even back when they were writing the New Testament. So this claim that not all of Abraham's children are his descendants. We have to have a separate note for this. So the claim is that not all of Abraham's children are his descendants, which is laughably stupid and incorrect. So there's problem number 1, because that sentence just it's illogical. You could say that of course, especially according to the way that old-timey thinking went, you could say that now all of his descendants were his heirs, because that's a very common thing, right? You'd have children with concubines and bastards, and you would have children even with your wife that sometimes you might disown them or whatever. So it would be one thing if they wanted to say that not all of Abraham's children are his heirs, but that's not what this sentence in Romans says. It says, and not all of Abraham's children are his descendants, which is just demonstrably, empirically false. It is a lie. But we're supposed to take that as somehow being evidence that Jesus fulfilled this prophecy. So that's big problem number one right there. We also have the fact that, once again, this is God talking. So I'm going to copy and paste my same thing here, which is that this is spoken directly by God. God cannot make a prophecy. To claim otherwise is a category error. So that goes here again. Notice here, too, that they're trying to claim that this is a prophecy, but it says, I mean, the only thing that you can claim is even a prediction here is that your wife Sarah shall bear you a son, and you shall name him Isaac. The rest of it, when he says, well, I will establish my covenant with him, but it doesn't say what the covenant is. I mean, I understand that in a full reading of Genesis, the covenant is normally understood to be that they're going to get all this land and they're going to be blessed and all this crap. But this verse just says, I'm going to establish my covenant. So I have to call this out in the notes here and just say that this supposed prophecy merely says that Yahweh, his covenant, with Isaac. It doesn't even mention what that covenant would be. So there's no logical way to claim that the covenant that Jesus is the fulfillment. It's like me saying, I will sign a contract with your son. For what? I mean, okay. I mean, that could mean anything. I'm going to sign a contract with your son. Sure. And somehow you want to tell me that means that it's Jesus fulfilled the prophecy? Like, that is logically incoherent. It literally is silly. So let's see. Is there anything else we want to annotate about this? I think we'll leave that alone for that. Now, I mean, those 3 points alone destroy this. It's absolutely empirically silly. But, okay, let's move on. Genesis 22:8. Let's go grab the verse. This is, let's go to Genesis 22. And where are we at here? Let me pull this up. There we go. And this is supposed to be describing the Lamb of God promised. And the fulfillment is supposed to be annotated in John 1:29. So let's pull up the text from John 1:29. And let's evaluate this sucker. The original verse is that Abraham said, God himself will provide the lamb for a burnt offering, my son. And the two of them walked on together. And the description is that this is the Lamb of God promised. And then from John 1:29, it says, the next day he saw Jesus coming toward him and declared, here is the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. So a couple notes here. First of all, if this any sort of prophecy, it is merely a prophecy of what God was supposed to have done in the next couple of hours after Abraham spoke these words. Remember the context of this. This is that Abraham has been told to go unalive his son, because that's what you do when you love God. You go murder your kid because you think that God talked to you, because there's a voice in your head that you have determined is God, and you have decided that the voice in your head said to go kill your child. And that is one of the foundational characters of the entire Bible, who is a figurehead for not one, not two, but three of the world's most influential religions. And part of the reason he is a figurehead is because he gleefully decided and unquestioningly decided to go murder his child merely because the voice in his head told him to do so. But so this is Abraham talking to his son. The context before this is that his son, they're marching to go do this sacrifice, which is going to be at the top of this mountain, right? And his son's like, Dad, where's the lamb? We're supposed to sacrifice a lamb, but we don't have a lamb. So Abraham, what does he do? Of course, he lies. He absolutely lies. He says God himself. I mean, granted, there did end up being a lamb or a sacrifice being made that God provided, but Abraham at this point in the story does not know this. Abraham absolutely, if we were to believe the narrative and take the text at face value, Abraham believes that he is going to murder his son because the voice in his head told him, because he believes that the voice in his head is God. So I'm going to put this note as well. Not only was this a prophecy of God, what God would do in a few hours once he got his son to the top of the mountain where he was planning to kill him, it's also this is also a blatant lie on the part of Abraham, because according to the text, we have no reason to believe that he actually believed that this is what was going to happen. There's something else I want to bring up about this too. So the Lamb of God promised. Let's see. Let me go back to the story from Abraham. So there's something funny about this too. Notice, here Abraham is lying, saying God himself will provide the lamb for a burnt offering, my son. And then, after this whole thing happens, he took the knife to kill his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, here I am. He said, do not lay your hand on the boy or do anything to him, for now I know that you fear God. Because apparently that's how you have to know that someone fears God, that they will happily march off to go murder their child based on the voice in their head. That's how you know that they fear God. Since you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me. And Abraham looked up and saw a ram caught in a thicket by its horns. So even if we want to assume that this was, something that was really going to happen, God did not provide a lamb. He provided a ram. Now I realize lamb, ram, these aren't incredibly different distinctions. They're from the same family of animals, but it's not a lamb. So God never provided a lamb for the burnt offering. He provided a ram. Jesus was never a burnt offering. So they're talking here about a burnt offering. Jesus was never a burnt offering. I mean, I've never heard, if we want to take the very simple secular view about the death of Jesus, there's reasonable to think that maybe he was eventually thrown in a pit by the Romans. But of course, that's not what the story tells us, right? So no matter how you want to take the story, there is no way that is faithful to the text where you can even claim in any way that Jesus was at any level a burnt offering, even though it's not specifically implied by these set of verses. I always like to point out that Jesus failed basically every qualification for what was an acceptable sacrifice. So even if we want to believe that this is somehow prophesying that Jesus would be the Lamb of God promised, that makes no sense in the context of the Hebrew Bible and in the context of what was specifically and explicitly laid out as what was and was not an acceptable sacrifice. So all of this just fails miserably. There is no reason whatsoever to assume or imply that this passage in any way prophesies Jesus. Now, you could tell me, I'm not mad at Christians who want to make this general allusion to a Lamb of God or to the Passover lamb or sacrifice, because I understand in a big poetic sense, you can try to draw these connections, but don't try to tell me there's a prophecy fulfilled, because here Abraham lied to his son about what was going to happen. And at the last second, God bailed him out, not by providing a lamb, which is what Abraham said, but by providing a ram. And that somehow this is supposed to apply in some made up fantasy way to Jesus and the crucifixion and all of that. It's complete and utter fantasy is all it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so moving on, I'm going to have to refresh my drink. Let's see here. Finished the last of my Monster. Sorry. I love this in the chat. You're ignorant of the second coming prophecy. I don't know who that's directed at, but yeah, because you can see how all these other prophecies are just so valuable and so meaningful. But I'm sure the problem is that we're just ignorant of the second coming prophecy. That's the problem. Never mind the fact that Christians keep wanting to pass around lists like this that are complete and utter fucking nonsense or fantasy. But then when these all completely dissolve under the weight of logic, then you know what you do? You move the goalposts. But you need to understand second coming prophecies. That's the problem. Oh, yeah, those ones are bullshit. But, you just need to understand second coming prophecy. That's it. Like, just keep moving those goalposts. You couldn't play a Christian soccer team because the goalposts would be on wheels. Like, the goalposts would be floating around. You could never score a goal because every time you'd shoot at the goal would just be floating and moving around the pitch. It would be all over the place. There's no way to even know where the goal is at any point in time because it just completely moves. That's what we need to do. We need to create a new sport that's not soccer or football for you international types. It's not soccer, it's Christian soccer. And the only difference between soccer and Christian soccer is between soccer and Christian soccer is that in Christian soccer, the goalposts for both teams just constantly float around the field. They're constantly moving. Sometimes they move really fast. Sometimes you can't even see the goalposts. They're kind of hidden. And then when you think that you know where the goalpost is, that no, now the goalpost is over there. Like, we need to make a sport like that. Christian soccer, so much better than regular soccer. Although I am very much looking forward to the World Cup. But if they would make the goalposts literally move, not only would it be highly entertaining, but it would be something that Christians worldwide would understand intrinsically. So what's the next verse we're doing? 22:18, right? Yeah, 22:18. The text for this is, let's see, 22:8. Let's go to 18, which is right down here. They're all bunched together because we're just randomly picking sentences out of anywhere and saying, look, it's a prophecy. It's a prophecy. Yay. Look at the prophecy. Okay, the description of this is that this is, as Isaac's seed will bless all nations. Yeah, more of the seed. They spent a lot of time talking about semen in the Bible, really, if you think about it. I know that's juvenile, but really, this is what we're talking about here. And Galatians 3:16, which is funny because we've already used, sometimes they keep using, not only did they reuse the same verses for supposedly multiple prophecies, but then they'll reuse the same verses as fulfillment too, because we've already brought up Galatians 3:16 before. But let's pull that up again. And I can actually just come up here a few verses and grab that because, like I said, we've already pulled this up once before. Which is where Galatians. There we go. Galatians 3:16. And here we go. And let's look at this. So the verse is, and by your offspring shall all the nations of the earth gain blessings for themselves because you have obeyed my voice. And Galatians 3:16 says, now the promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring. It does. So this really, the obvious objections to this are the same objections from the last time they pulled up something that was supposedly from Galatians 3:16. So let's just grab those and see which ones still apply. So let me copy and paste these real quick and see if we have to tweak them at all for this one. But so he's not specifically talking about the land. He's talking about blessings. So I'll remove this one. That one doesn't apply here, which also means we're going to remove this one as well. But once again, the assertion made in Galatians that offspring can only refer to one person, and that person must be Jesus is demonstrably ignorant. That absolutely still stands. Even if we want to grant, so I'm going to change this because here we're talking about blessings. So here we're going to say, even if we want to grant that offspring can only refer to a single person, and even if we want to grant that this person is Jesus, it still fails miserably because we're talking about blessings. Blessing can be literally anything. There is no coherent reason to assert that the blessing in this particular instance is Jesus. We talked about this on previous ones, but a blessing could be it could be that we got the cure, the cure for polio, or the vaccine for polio, I should say. The blessing could be that we got a man to the moon and back. I mean, the blessing can be anything. Anytime your prophecy is that some undetermined vague group of people at some undetermined vague point in the future will receive some undetermined vague blessing, you're basically telling me that you have designed this prophecy to be completely pointless, but you've also designed this prophecy to be one that you can always claim has been fulfilled because it is a completely vague, pointless promise of anything that could happen at any time in the future to any group of people, a blessing. Sure, whatever. It's literally not worth the papyrus that it's written on. So moving down through our list, Genesis 26, 2 through 5. So let's do that. Through 5. Let's pull up the verse or verses. Genesis 26, which is, skip forward a little bit here. Keep in mind too, I know damn well that it doesn't matter how well we annotate these things. You will still get the occasional Christian fanboy in the comments who will just say, but what about this verse? This verse proves, it'll be one that you've already completely debunked, but it won't matter because they literally won't pull up anything that you've already recorded or said. So this isn't going to stop stupid. Stupid is still alive and well, and stupid will continue to propagate throughout the world, and it will continue to be a cornerstone of Christian theology. But nevertheless, we can still feel good that we are annotating just how stupid some of this stuff is. So that's Genesis 26, 2 through 5. This is supposedly talking about the seed of Isaac promised as the Redeemer. So here we go, like such. And the fulfillment verse is Hebrews 11:18, which we'll pull up here. Which says, Hebrews. I always think Hebrews is earlier in the New Testament. Every time I go through this, I always want to just find the book a few books after the Gospels. I don't know why, and I'm not one of these people who cares about always knowing exactly what books are there or what order they're in. But still, I always think that Hebrews is like further up. I think it's because growing up as Christian, usually they always preach out of the New Testament. And aside from the Gospels, Hebrews was one of the ones that I feel like we read from all the time. We read from Acts, we read from Romans, we read from Hebrews, certainly some, Corinthians and Galatians, but I feel like Hebrews was referenced a lot. I think that's why in my head it's earlier in the New Testament. Hebrews, what was that? Hebrews, I sat there and talked to him, forgot, 11:18. So 11:18. And the verse is here, which goes like so. And okay, so here's the verse, the original verse that they're saying is the prophecy. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, do not go down to Egypt. Settle in the land that I shall show you. Reside in this land as an alien, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and to your descendants I will give all these lands, and I will fulfill the oath that I swore to your father Abraham. I will make your offspring as numerous as the stars of heaven, and I will give to your offspring all these lands, and all the nations of the earth shall gain blessings for themselves through your offspring. Because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. So this is supposed to be the seed of Isaac promised as the Redeemer. And then Hebrews 11:18 tells us, of whom he had been told, it is through Isaac that descendants shall be named for you. So here come the obvious retorts to this. First of all, this is saying, this really starts, I don't know why they annotated that early, because in this case, it starts here. And I will be with you, and I will bless you, for to you and to your descendants I will give all these lands, and I will fulfill the oath that I swore. So this is the same objection that we had previously with the land thing. So let me pull that up. We're just going to copy and paste some of this stuff because it's the same bullshit broken logic used over and over again. So the objections really should be very much the same. If I can find where that was, 3:16. So I'm going to copy these two things first of all, Because as we said earlier, this land that Yahweh is talking about never, in the entire mythological history of the Hebrew Bible, was completely and totally given to or controlled by the Israelites. Since the time of Jesus, this land was rarely controlled by Israelites, and even when it wasn't the entirety of the land that Yahweh is referring to here. So that absolutely applies. We're also going to copy and paste our standard disclaimer about this being from God. So I categorically deny on any level that a prophecy can be attributed to the omnipotent creator God of the universe who can do everything that he wants and can do it easily. So that doesn't make any sense. Even if everything happened exactly as Yahweh said it was going to happen, to somehow credit this as being a prophecy is, well, it's silly. It's just downright silly. So we have that as well. This may be a little pedantic, but I will point out that for all the literalists in the house, there has never been a time when, well, let's put it this way. There are more stars in the universe than humans who have ever lived. Now I know that's pedantic because you could say, look, he's speaking poetically that your offspring will be as numerous as the stars of heaven, but you can't. When you're already stretching this bad on all of these bullshit non-prophecies, yeah, I am going to at least point out that no, this doesn't work. You have not had descendants that have numbered anywhere near the stars of heaven. And in fact, there are so many stars in the universe that we know of that to even get to that would require many, many more millennia of human activity to even approach that number of people. I mean, you could argue that at some point in the future, maybe we'll have that many people, but that's a long ways off. There are trillions of stars. The last estimate I looked up, because we don't know how many humans have ever walked the earth, right? But the last time I looked this up, like the estimate is that there's probably been something like 100 billion people in the entire history of humanity, which of course is a very rough estimate, but it's nowhere near trillions and will not be anywhere near trillions for a long time, no matter how successful we may be as a species going forward. And then the last thing I'm going to put in here, we'll copy and paste from somewhere else because these are kind of the same objections, and then we will move on because it's more of the same bullshit. But this is really, once again, the same thing about why is this Jesus? So let me find this from previous here. Let's back where we had. Let me look up. Give me a second. So there's Galatians 3:16, and then so that's the last one we're going to copy and paste down here and then move on. So once again, even if we want to grant, we'll take that out because they're not talking about offspring. They're saying descendants, but this one doesn't have the same argument over what constitutes offspring. So we'll say, even if we want to grant that this descendant is Jesus and only Jesus, it still fails miserably. Jesus never had any land, none at all. He was not a king. We have no record of him ever being a landowner. So this supposed prophecy would still fail. So there we go. Let's now move on to number 14. Moving on, let's see. The Bridge to Heaven. Oh, this is a beautiful one. This is hilarious to me. The stupid that it takes to embrace some of these things is just mind-blowing. Genesis 28:12. And then we'll see here. I also think it's funny that you can do a live stream of this for hours and you can go through one by one and tear everything down. You'll still get trolls who won't ever call, but they'll just sit there and just they'll just bitch about things. They can't even address a single point that you're bringing up. The closest thing they can ever get to addressing anything is just whataboutism. Well, what about this? What about that? It's like we are literally going through prophecy by prophecy and showing how they are all complete and utter bullshit. And people can't even be bothered to engage with that on any type of intellectual level. Because I guess first you have to be able to do anything intellectually in the first place, which a lot of the hardcore apologists just don't seem to be capable of. So let's pull this up here. 28:12 is this is the famous Jacob's ladder, stairway to heaven. And then the fulfillment verse that we're supposed to believe is John 1:51. And we'll pull up that text. And this is there's something I was going to mention earlier too. Sorry, but I just realized I wanted to bring this up earlier and I forgot. Earlier when we had this from Mark, where was this? There we go. So earlier when we were talking about Genesis 5:24, the Enoch walked with God, then he was no more because God took him. And they want to say that this is the verse that they give to supposedly support this comes from Mark 16:19, which was not part of the original Mark. That's part of the addendum to Mark that was added at some point much later after Mark was written. Now, to be fair, the idea that Jesus went to heaven or ascended to heaven or whatever, it's not only annotated in the late made up ending of Mark, but I still think it's reasonable to point out here that the supposed fulfillment verse given was not even part of the original book of Mark, Gospel of Mark, I should say, Gospel of Mark. It was added years later. It was added many years later. Sorry to jump around there, but I just realized as we're looking through this other one, I'm like, yeah, I wanted to put that about Mark. And it came to mind because this fulfillment verse is at the end of John. So it made me think, wait a minute, I wanted to say something about that other one or this, to be fair, this is only the end of John 1, but the first, but it made me think about it. So anyway, and he said to him, very truly, I tell you, okay, so let me copy this here. And we will continue going through here. So Genesis 28:12 is, and he dreamed, this is talking about Jacob, and he dreamed that there was a stairway set up on the earth, the top of it reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. And this description is that it's about the bridge to heaven, which it is. Well, it's not bridge. I don't know why they say bridge, but whatever. It doesn't say bridge, but whatever. John 1:51 says, and he said to him, very truly I tell you, you will see heaven opened and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. So let's get this straight. Because Jacob is said to have had a dream that contained a stairway to heaven. And because John tells us that in the future we will see heaven opened, this somehow counts as a fulfilled prophecy of Jesus. Jacob's vision, well, dream really, it's listed as a dream. Jacob's dream never mentions anything that can even reasonably be interpreted as Jesus. Jacob's dream is not a prophecy of anything. At best, it could be categorized as a vision let me fix that. It's not a prophecy. And then there's something else I want to put about this too. There was a stairway set up on the earth, the top of it reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. There's no mention there of Jesus whatsoever. And then the last thing I want to put on this, it's pedantic, but I'm gonna put it out anyways. It'll say. Notice what they try to reference here from 1 John, or from John 1:51. And he said to him, "Very truly I tell you, you will see heaven opened and the angels of God ascending upon the Son of Man, ascending and descending upon the Son of Man." Now this claim about this being a fulfilled prophecy is trying to tell you that because we get the narrative in Genesis of Jacob's dream of the stairway to heaven. Okay, that's clearly outlined in Genesis. And then later, much later in the New Testament, John tells us that you will see heaven opened and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. Please tell me in that sentence that I have there on the screen, where do you see stairway? Where do you see bridge? Where do you see ladder? Where do you see anything that indicates some type of structure that the angels are going up and down on? Now, I'm not saying that it is patently unreasonable to draw a connection between these two passages. Okay, I'm not trying to just be completely unreasonable here, but the simple fact is that this verse from John 1:51 does not actually tell us anything about a ladder or a bridge or a stairway. And as far as I've ever known, every bit of mythology that I've ever heard about angels is that they can fly. And I know that the standard Christian view of a man with big, pretty white wings is a modern construct. But even if we throw out that modern idea of angels, I've always been taught that on some level, angels can levitate or fly or something. So the first vision from Jacob specifically talks about a stairway, but this other verse from John doesn't even mention a stairway or a ladder or a bridge. But somehow we're supposed to believe that this vision from Jacob, which has nothing to do with Jesus, it never mentions anyone that we could even imply is somehow Jesus. All it mentions is angels. That's it. And the other thing 2 points here. First, let me get this down before I forget. The passage from John makes no mention whatsoever of a bridge or a stairway or ladder. Also, I want to point out here that in Jacob's original dream, it says that there were angels of God ascending and descending. In John's passage here, it says there were angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. So it's not even clear from John what exactly is meant by upon the Son of Man. And I know that sounds pedantic, but I'm just pointing it out because, like, does that mean that they were supposedly ascending and descending like on his back? Or does that mean he was on a place and they were descending upon him? But if they're descending upon it, like maybe he's floating in the clouds and some are descending to him and some are ascending to him. Like, I know this gets, a little nitpicky here, but when you have these ridiculously vague, unapologetic reaches that are completely devoid of logic, it only, I think, makes sense to say, even if we want to accept these bullshit stories that you're giving me, this just doesn't even match anything in these two verses. So none of this makes a damn bit of sense. It's simply not. This is not even a prophecy at all. That's the simplest way to put this. I mean, this was Jacob having a dream about this. And if you remember the story, what happened afterwards is Jacob did not emerge from that dream with any sort of instructions. You would think like a prophecy. If it was a prophecy, right? If I came to you and gave you a prophecy, presumably that's something that you should look for in the future, or it's something that you should act upon. Like, hey, I'm prophesying to you that a hurricane's going to hit your house next year. And if you believe me, if you have faith in me, then maybe you should move or get new insurance or something, right? But no, Jacob even himself emerges from that dream and doesn't perceive any prophecy there whatsoever. He does perceive that because he had this dream, he says, surely I am in the presence of God, that this is a godly place. And he does one of the little stupid stone altar things, and he names it Peniel. So it is, I think I think I'm mixing my references. It wasn't Peniel where he had the stairway to heaven. Peniel's where he wrestled with God. Anyway, you get what I'm saying, that it's not like Jacob awoke from this dream and said, oh my gosh, this is what we have to do, or this is what's going to happen. No, he had this funky acid trip dream about this stairway to heaven and angels going up and down. It has nothing at all to do with Jesus. And the only way that you can think it has something to do with Jesus is if you're just desperately trying to make it have something to do with Jesus, because you have to make up a story to justify your fantasy God vision. All right, so moving on here. Polish off my drink here. That last drink I made was very small, so now I have to make a new one. Okay. Everyone take a moment to toast Christian stupidity. Okay. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're doing some ginger ale. We're doing some vodka. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you should never do Bible sober. I don't care if you're a believer or if you're a skeptic or somewhere in between. The Bible should not be attempted in any way, shape, or form without at least some type of lubricating substance to keep your mind from rebelling and to keep your sanity. Okay, there we go. Adam of Nola has drink. So Adam of Nola is now happy again. Because, ladies and gentlemen, a sober Adam is an angry Adam. And ain't no one got time for that. Moving on to number 15. The hits just keep on coming, don't they? So this is Genesis 28:14. Let's put this one in. Genesis 28:14. And the text, which will be just a little down from where we were previously, will be... Okay, here we go again with the offspring. Put this here. Here's our verse. And, okay, that's good. The description is the seed of Jacob We sure do spend a lot of time talking about men's seed, don't we? I will never be old enough or mature enough to not giggle like a little school kid about stupid shit like that. And again, if you're going to go through the Bible, you need to have a sense of humor because otherwise it'll just piss you off at some point. Let's see here. Moving on, we have Luke 3:34. Let's find that text. Luke 3:34. Okay, this is another one that just names. This is from the one of the two competing lineages of Jesus, because two different gospel authors gave two different lineages. Neither of the lineages makes a lick of sense, but that's getting off on a tangent that I don't want to dive into tonight, because I will talk for that on 30 minutes, and we'll never even get to more of these bullshit failed non-prophecies. So let's continue. So here we go. Genesis 28:14 says, "And your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south, and all the families of the earth shall be blessed in you and in your offspring." And Luke 3:34 is a verse that gives us this particular verse. Remember, the previous one was tying Jesus to Shem. Now this one is tying Jesus to Jacob, because it's son of Jacob, son of Isaac, son of Abraham, son of Terah, son of Nahor. So that's the whole fulfillment of this prophecy, supposedly, is that, look, Jesus is descended from Jacob. Although there's something I want to put on here. Let me go up to the first one, and we're going to put the same objection here. You'll see what I'm about to say. I said I don't want to get into this, but I also want to make sure that we put these in, because these are important, because this is trying to, the one that we went through before about trying to tie him to Shem is, so it's illogical to claim that Jesus is fully God while also claiming that he is descended from any human. You can't be fully God and also have human lineage. So that, and I wanted to go up and put this here, because we're also going to put this on this one down here, because it's making the same argument. It's like, look, he's descended from Jacob. No, he's not. I mean, maybe he was, because Jesus was born from Mary and probably had Joseph as a father. Although, of course, the text does not acknowledge that. And if it wasn't Joseph who was the father, it was another human man who was the father, because that's how babies work. Like, you have to literally deny the basic facts of the birds and the bees to believe this shit. But, you know, if we want to believe that Jesus was fully God, you know, you cannot be, and I know, you know, the hypostatic union, which violates the basic law of logic, the law of identity. You cannot be fully God and fully human at the same time. That is logically incoherent, and it's just downright stupid. But if you want to tell me that he's fully God, and then you want to point to this lineage and say, look, he's descended from Jacob, do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Do you hear you're trying to claim that he is descended from Jacob, and yet you are also trying to claim somehow through some illogical miracle of idiocy that he's also fully God, but he's descended from Jacob? That makes no coherent sense whatsoever. So that's the first thing that we have to point out here. Once again, it's pedantic, but I'm going to also point out that there have never existed enough humans, a number of humans that exceeds the number of dust particles on Earth. Which, again, I know this is pedantic, but I'm just going to point it out, because you can't, for a certain crowd that wants to be hyper literalist, and then they also want to flow with the poetic language at the same time. Like, it's hard to have it both ways. because if you're going to accept that that the Bible has metaphors and poetic language, which it does, then how do you know where it's drawing the line? But I realize that the spirit of the verse is not to say that the humans are going to literally outnumber the specks of dust on the earth, but nevertheless. But then, so the offspring and all the families shall be blessed in you and in your offspring. So then we have the blessing problem here, which we've brought up before, and I'm going to copy and paste that down here. So let's pull up the blessing. So because here God is promising that his people will be blessed, which is fine. I mean, fine. Promise them that they're going to be blessed. But if you want to claim to me somehow that this is a prophecy fulfilled, I mean, any blessing that has been received by people or by the whole world or whatever is also a fulfillment of that prophecy, which means essentially that the prophecy, if you even want to accept that it's a prophecy, and newsflash, it ain't. But even if we wanted to accept that, it makes the whole thing pointless. It's just so vague as to not even be definable or meaningful on any level whatsoever. So that's absolute bullshit. And then is there anything else to mention about this? And you shall spread abroad to the west, to the east, to the north, and the south, and all the families of the earth shall be blessed in you. And the last thing I'll put here is that because we, as a species, have, well, no, let me rephrase this. With the exception of Antarctica, we had already spread to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south at the time that this so-called prophecy was given. Of course, the authors had no clue about this. So you can't really say it's fulfilled by Jesus when we were already everywhere. We were already in North and South America, which they did not even know that North and South America existed. We were already in Australia, and they did not know that Australia existed. But somehow you want to tell me that this is a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus? That is pretty sad. So, more stupidity. The stupid just keeps on rolling. Moving on. So, Genesis 49:10. So this is one. Look at this. Look at this, people. Genesis 49:10 is not one fulfilled prophecy, not two, not three, not four, but yes, ladies and gentlemen, this one verse is 5, count them, 5 fulfilled prophecies by Jesus. I mean, if Christians had a basketball team and one guy on there was named Jesus, they would say after he made one basket that he scored 10 points. Like, look, yes, it was one basket, but man, it counts for 5 baskets. You know, like if Jesus scored one touchdown, you would get 35 points for it, or 30 points plus extra points. But you guys get what I'm saying. Jesus could score one soccer goal and his team would be up 5-0 because look, it's Jesus. He can do whatever he wants. That's so beautiful, man. Okay, let's get into this bullshit. And when we get through these 5, it'll take us a second to annotate all 5 of these make-believe bullshit things from Genesis. But at least when we get through it, we will have finished annotating all of the fantasy bullshit prophecies that Jesus never fulfilled from Genesis. So we will have gotten through the book of Genesis. So let's continue this, and we will have a good toast and a good drink when we get through these 5. So let's start off here. Genesis 49:10. I love how like the people who put these lists together, and I know that this doesn't represent all Christianity, right? I mean, there are, I'm sure, well-meaning Christians who who would also look through this list and say there's a bunch of these that are bullshit. So I'm not trying to say that every Christian believes that most Christians, if you show them this list, they've never seen this list. Now, granted, this list is all over the internet, so it's not like I found this from one esoteric little place that no one's ever heard of. But, for the most part, this is repeated often throughout the internet. You'll see competing numbers. Some people will say that he fulfilled 250 prophecies. Some people will say 351. Some people will say more. But to look at, to take one verse and claim that it's not just one fulfilled prophecy, but it's the fulfillment of 5 prophecies from one verse by Jesus. But let's continue. So Genesis 49:10. Let's get the verse, which will be here. And here is this amazing verse, which constitutes 5 prophecies. 5 prophecies. I mean, it's almost like they had a special on prophecies. Come down today, and we'll get you in a new prophecy today. But not only will we give you one prophecy, it's buy one get 4 free prophecy day. They had a buy one get 4 free sale down at the prophecy store, and they were overstocked on Genesis 49:10. So they said, we're going to have a buy one get 4 prophecies for free sale on Genesis 49:10 because we have too much of this 49:10 sitting in our stock room. We got to get rid of it. So this is what they did. They said, here, we're going to, for the price of one prophecy, we're actually going to give you 4 more for free. It's a bundle deal. I mean, how can you turn that down? It's the best deal in Scripture right there. I mean, it's just beautiful. There's no way that you can turn that down. But fulfillment verse then for this version of 49:10 is Luke 2:1-7. So they give us 2 of them. Luke 2:1-7, and it's also supposedly Galatians 4:4. So let's pull that up. And yeah, Daniel says, all we're missing tonight is a Eucharist miracle claim. Absolutely. Oh, man. And then we have, let's get those verses, put them in. Luke 2:1-7. One through 7 is all of this. Clean that up a little bit there. 5, 6. And then the other one is Galatians 4:4. Let's pull that up. And this is Galatians 4:4, which is right here. But when the fullness of time had come, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's do that. All right, let's look at these really quick. Just a second, I have to check something on my channel. Give me just a second. That's really weird. Like, I don't care about this. I mean, I literally did this as a working session and said, like, hey, anyone who wants to join me can watch. But there's this counter that I see. It's like, it's supposedly like kind of a live counter. It shows the viewers, but like at one point it went down to like 3 viewers. And like, that ain't right. There's more than 3 people actually chatting, like talking actively in the chat. So that can't be right. Like, and I'm not sitting here worried about how many viewers I have in the live stream, but I thought that's really, but then I pulled up the thing on YouTube and it said there were 21 watching. So I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and worry about it, but it's just strange. I would, even if there's no one watching right now, I'd still just record this because, like I said, it's a working session for me. But all right, let's look at this, the first instance of this amazing 5-for-1 prophecy verse. So the verse is, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until tribute comes to him, and the obedience of the people is his. So that is, I mean, to be fair, that is kind of an interesting verse, right? Because this is, but also understand where this is coming from. So this is at the end of Genesis when Jacob's giving basically his last, well, it's his last words to his sons. And we're not going to go through these all tonight because this isn't the point of this live stream, but some of these are funny. Like, this isn't like, oh, I love all of my sons and you're great in a different way and you're great in a different way. Like some of these he's like, you're a great person and everything's going to be good for you. And some of them he's like, yeah, you're not so good. Like this is a very interesting and brutal last statement here from Jacob to his sons. But regardless, going to what he's saying. So he's going through each one of his sons, which you will recognize the names because they become the tribes, right? But on 10, he's talking about Judah, right? He's talking about Judah, your brothers. So even though they're giving us this as the prophecy, I think it's reasonable. Let's read everything that he says. Well, let's read starting from the beginning of what he says about Judah. He says, Judah, your brothers shall praise you. Your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons shall bow down before you. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, you have gone up. He crouches down. He stretches out like a lion, like a lioness. Who dares rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until tribute comes to him, and the obedience of the people is his. So the first thing that we have to know, well, keep that in mind. So then let's look at the verses that they tell us are somehow the fulfillment of this prophecy, right? So in Luke 2:1-7, it says, in those days a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. All went to their own towns to be registered. So Joseph also went from the town of Nazareth in Galilee to Judea, to the city of David called Bethlehem, because he was descended from the house and family of David. He went to be registered with Mary, to whom he was engaged and who was expecting a child. While they were there, the time came for her to deliver her child, and she gave birth to her firstborn son and wrapped him in bands of cloth and laid him in a manger because there was no place in the guest room. And then from Galatians 4:4, it says, but when the fullness of time had come, God sent his son, born of a woman, born under the law. So you can see what they're trying to do here, because Judea, trying to tie Jesus to this lineage from Judah, and then trying to say that, this all is connected. But there's some major fucking problems with this. First of all, as I've pointed out here before, and I'm going to copy it here, so I just had the same verbiage. Let me see. Where do we have the lineage? Let me pull up. I want to pull up the same verbiage, so I'm just like copy and pasting this stuff consistently. Where did we talk about descended? Here we go. No, let me find it here. Give me a second. I'll find it. Okay, so this is what I want to grab, this verbiage here. So first thing, I'm going to copy and paste this one again, because it's illogical to claim that Jesus is fully God while also claiming that he is descended from any human. You can't be fully God and also have human lineage. And I'm pasting this here because the implication here is that the scepter shall not depart from Judah. So if they want to imply that this means that Jesus is descended from Judah, that makes no sense. Now, you could also imply that, no, it just means that the scepter shall be in Judea, which is kind of analogous there, right? But then the bigger problem is this. this entire prophetic passage, which is not remotely a prophecy at all about Jesus, is entirely targeted specifically to Jacob's son, Judah. It doesn't speak generically about Judah's descendants, nor does it speak about any land that may be controlled in the future by Judah. This passage is a dying father's words to one of his sons, Judah, not to Jesus. It's that simple. If you don't believe this, just look at the rest of this chapter. The entire chapter consists of nothing but Jacob's final words to each of his sons. So to claim in any way that this is somehow related to a prophecy about Jesus is to ignore the entire context of what the passage is. These are Jacob's last words to his sons. Now, I'm not saying that you can't draw future inferences about what he's saying about Judah. You can say that he's telling Judah and Zebulun and Issachar and all this stuff about what will happen to them in the future, right? So like, for example, when he's talking to Dan, he says, Dan shall be a snake by the roadside, a viper along the path that bites the horse's heel so that its rider falls backwards. I mean, clearly, in a very vague sense, that's making a generic future, assessment about what will happen at some point in the future with Dan or how he will act. But to then blanket apply this to someone who wouldn't come about for a millennia after these events supposedly happened is blatantly sad. And on top of that, if you're going to assume that these words about Judah somehow apply to Jesus, then why don't the words about Simeon and Levi apply to Jesus? Why don't the words about Reuben apply to Jesus? Why don't the words about Dan or Zebulun or Issachar or Gad or Asher or Naphtali, why don't any of them apply to Jesus? Of course, the only logical reason is because the passage about Judah in 49:10 feels as intuitive as it could to a gospel writer, to a New Testament writer who is trying desperately to draw any connections that they can back to the Old Testament. That's the only logical connection that you can draw between these passages. Otherwise, there is no logical reason to assume that Jacob's last words or last pronouncements to his son Judah somehow are prophecy of Jesus. I mean, for that matter, these weren't even the entirety of the words that were given from Jacob to Judah. They just conveniently cut them off at a place where they felt like this doesn't apply anymore. So, I mean, to show you what I'm talking about, let's just look at everything that he said to Judah, because he says more to Judah than he does to some of his other sons. He says, Judah, your brothers shall praise you. Your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's son shall bow down before you. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, you have gone up. He crouches down. He stretches out like a lion, like a lioness. Who dares rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until tribute comes to him, and the obedience of the peoples is his. Binding his foal to the vine, and his donkey's colt to the choice vine, he washes his garments in wine, and his robe in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker than wine, and his teeth whiter than milk. Does that apply to Jesus? Because if you're going to tell me that these last words of Jacob to his one son, Judah, somehow apply to Jesus, then why is it that you pick and choose one verse out of this entire little parting message that Jacob gives to Judah, and you say that somehow applies to Jesus. I mean, I know I'm beating this to death, but I just want you people to think about this for a second. Imagine I'm on my deathbed and I write 10 stanzas. Well, I write 20 stanzas to my children as my last words. 10 of them are for my daughter. 10 of them are for my son. And then later you want to draw some inference about some Messiah 1,000 years after I'm dead. So you ignore the verses that I wrote about my daughter because that doesn't seem to apply. And even for the stanzas that I wrote about my son, you just grab one stanza out of the things that I said and wrote to my son, and you say, look, that applies to Jesus. That's a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus. Come on, man. Do better. I need you to do better. I mean, somebody just needs to look at this and say, yeah, this is kind of embarrassing, man. This is kind of embarrassing. So I'm just also going to point here. I'm going to say the cherry-picked observation of these words from Jacob as a prophecy completely ignores everything else that he said to his other children, and even conveniently discards everything else that he said to Judah. This is literally a textbook example of cherry picking. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. That's the first of 5 instances of this verse. So let's get through these others, because there are 5 prophecies that are supposedly filled by this one verse, Genesis 49:10. So let's copy this again so we don't have to look that up and retype it. And let's do this. All right. And the description in this case is, now they're saying this is the seed of Judah. Once again, we're talking about men's seed. Okay, that's great. The seed of Judah, and the fulfillment verses given this time are Luke 3:33, which we did Luke 3:36 before. So this is Luke 3:33, which is going to be just another bit of the lineage again. So they're going to pull, which is funny, when you have 2 lineages given that don't match, and then you just choose to pick one because it fits your narrative, and you conveniently don't bother putting up the other lineage. Like, that alone is cherry picking. So we could even be more nitpicky about all of this, but I'm trying to actually be as reasonable as I can be, believe it or not, because these just fall apart on so many levels. So once again, we have the lineage thing, right? So every time I see son of, I'm gonna do kind of the same thing here, which is so the lineage makes no sense. It's illogical to claim that Jesus is fully God and yet is still somehow descended from these people. Those 2 things don't match, people. Pick one. You can have fully God, or you can have descended from this person or that person. You can't have both. It literally defies the basic law of logic. It defies the law of identity. But of course, the answer is because mystery. Because Jesus, because we don't understand God's ways, right? That's the whole story that we're getting. Sure. All right. So that's the first problem with this. I think I'm just going to leave it there, because this is just one. He's just trying to tie this back to lineage, and that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's the entire logical objection to this. So, although, I'll say this too. I'm also going to copy. So I'm going to put these here too, because it's really the same objections. So we're going to put those there. Although I'm going to add one note here. Well, we'll leave it like that. Moving on to this, the third example of the prophecy from the same damn verse, because that's how Christians roll. Okay, let's do this here. Let's get this 3 times, because that's what we're doing. We have Genesis 49:10. We'll put this verse up again. And this time, the description for this will be called Shiloh, or 1 cent. Of course, I've done all these before, but what does that mean? I'm forgetting now what that even means. So John 17:3. Let's see what John 17:3 says, because I'm sure that's gonna make us all believe this bullshit. This is great. John 17:3. Let's pull that up. 17:3. And here is the verse. Put this on our sheet. It says, okay, and this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. What? Like, this is one where, like, I know that these are nonsensical in general, but usually I can read this and I can figure out the desperate connection that any Christian is trying to make here, right? But this is one of those ones where I look at it and I'm like, wait, what? Like, I don't even know what bad argument you're trying to make. So the original verse is, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until tribute comes to him, and the obedience of the peoples is his. And then John 17:3 says, and this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I mean, even trying to figure out how you connect these, like, I'm going to put these here because these are the same objections again, because it's the same, but I'm going to add another one in front of it here too, because this is just bad. Simply reading the prophecy verse, trying in any way to connect it. The fulfillment is a massive stretch. It's not even clear how the most desperate minded wannabe follower can stitch these two passages together. I mean, you guys can correct me on that, but I mean, some of these are just so bad. Like you don't even, you can't even make a good excuse for, you know? Okay. The fourth example of this, same verse, but the fourth prophecy that supposedly comes from it is, let's see, we have Genesis. Well, we already know this. We have to copy and paste this from above. So put that here, like so. The description this time is Messiah to come before Judah lost identity. So, okay. Just a second. I want to look at something here. Okay, sorry. Let's see. So John 11:47 through 52. So let's put this here. And let's go grab those verses. John 11:47 through 52. Which is interesting. That's a big chunk. Normally they don't give you that much as the fulfillment verse, supposedly. But we'll put this in here. Clean this up a little bit. 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. So I guess I got 53 in there too. We can get that up. All right. So these are the verses that somehow show that Messiah came before Judah lost identity. So the chief priests and the Pharisees called a meeting of the council and said, "What are we to do? This man is performing many signs. If we let him go on like this, everyone will believe in him, and the Romans will come and destroy both our holy place and our nation." But one of them, Caiaphas, who was high priest that year, said to them, "You know nothing at all. You do not understand that it is better for you to have one man die for the people than to have the whole nation destroyed." He did not say this on his own, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus was about to die for the nation, and not for the nation only, but to gather into one of the dispersed children of God. Once again, this is like just really bad reaching here. So I'm just gonna. It's the same objection still. Like, how you can stitch these passages together is a little baffling to me. Again, this is Jacob talking to his son. He's not talking about the entire future nation of Judea, Israel and Judah, but you have to stretch so badly to even try to stitch these together. And there is nothing in the original verse here that says the Messiah will come before Judah loses its identity, because that's what they're trying to infer here, that the Messiah will come before Judah has ceased to exist. All right. But to pull that from this, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet until tribute comes to him, and the obedience of the peoples is his. How you draw that connection, like, you have to be so desperate. Some of these, I feel like you can at least make intelligent. Some of these are so badly stretches that it's hard to even offer any sort of intelligent commentary on them. Because if someone just babbles bullshit to you, if they're just saying stuff that literally makes no sense whatsoever, how do you have a conversation with that person? How do you refute it? How do you actually have any sort of intellectual rhetorical discourse with them? You can't, because they're babbling, because their words literally make no sense. And trying then to even have an adult intellectual conversation with them is nearly impossible, because they're not making any sense. So when you look at some of these really bad, like the worst places where they've stretched extra hard to try to make these connections, it's hard to even have an adult conversation about it, because you're reaching so badly that it's like trying to talk to a flat earther. There's no point in engaging in a real intellectual conversation with a flat earther, because you cannot have a real intellectual conversation with a flat earther. Some of these, if we want to talk at a broad level about did Jesus fulfill prophecy, we can have an intellectual conversation about that. But on some of these that are just so badly stretched, I don't even know how you can have an intellectual conversation about it, because there's not even a logical place to start the discussion. All right. So this last, the fifth attempt to make Genesis 49:10 a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus is, unto him shall the obedience of the people be. And they say that this is fulfilled in John 10:16. And we'll grab that text and let's see here. John 10:16. Oh, that's not what I wanted. John 10:16. There we go. And this is let me grab the context of this. Yeah, this is Jesus speaking directly. So the verse is, I have other sheep that do not belong to this fold. I must bring them also, and they will listen to my voice. So there will be one flock, one shepherd. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, we're going to, because it's the same damn verse again, so we're going to copy the same objections, but I'm going to add something new here as well. So this one I'm going to really go off on because, first of all, Jesus, they do not belong to this fold. Because Jesus is basically claiming that everyone will eventually listen to him. This somehow applies to the last words of Jacob given to his son Judah. Yeah, that makes no damn sense. Also, I will point out that so this up here, even if we want to accept this broad Christian fantasy interpretation, which just says that this is some broader missive about the land and everything that will happen in Judah. So keep in mind here, it says, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet until tribute comes to him and the obedience of the people is his. I mean, so we're implying that because also we'll say that because Jesus expects obedience like sheep, this somehow I'll put the same thing again. This somehow applies to the last words of Jacob given to his son Judah. It's like the logic just doesn't logic, but okay, there we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, that now gets us through 20 of these supposed prophecies fulfilled by Jesus. We've gone through every one that's in Genesis so far. And I can tell you from experience, of course, we're not going to get through them tonight. I don't know how much longer I'm going to do this, but tonight. But as you go through these other books, you're not going to find things that are going to get, better and better. It's not like, well, the problem is that we're in Genesis and then they'll get better in other books. No, they won't. The closest that Christians ever get to claiming that there's a real prophecy is from Isaiah 53. But that's because Christians can't be bothered to read all of Isaiah 53 because they have to cherry pick a few things because that vaguely sound like their idea of Jesus and then run with it. Because if they read all of Isaiah, well, not just Isaiah 53, reading about things like the suffering servant, you have to read more than Isaiah 53 because the suffering servant and the corporate personification of Israel is a theme that goes through a number of chapters in sequence in Isaiah. So even with Isaiah 53, which some of the verses kind of sound like Jesus if you squint hard enough, even then it only works if you can't be bothered to read all of what Isaiah writes about Israel and the servant, etc. So I'm just bringing this up because if you haven't been through this kind of exercise before, you might be thinking, well, this is Genesis, and we're stretching because they're trying to pull things out of Genesis. But when we get into other books, no, it's going to get much better. We're going to have much cleaner, more obvious prophecies of Jesus that were clearly fulfilled by Jesus. And no, you won't. You're not going to get any of that here. It's just going to get sadder and sadder as we continue to go on, because there just aren't any damn prophecies anywhere in the Hebrew Bible about Jesus. And the more you have to squint to see them, the more that should tell you about the logic of what you're doing. All right. Take a little break here. Enjoy a cocktail. The Genesis cocktail. So we've gotten, and I know a lot of you guys have kind of been around here for a while since I started this, but I'll just reiterate that the reason I'm creating this document is that this document then we will annotate all this on skepticus.info, which is the companion site that I've made for, hey, Jesse, I see you're going to sign off. Thank you, brother. I'll see you on Tuesday. Appreciate you being here. So the companion site is where I'm going to annotate these so that in the future, anytime someone brings up one of these ridiculous non-prophecies and wants to say that's a prophecy of Jesus, like, I can just pull them all up and say, here's all of the reasons why these don't even begin to apply to Jesus in any way, shape, or form, and why it is nothing but a ridiculous stretch to even go down that path, because it really is kind of desperate. I know I've said this already on this live stream, but I've talked to Christians who just have this generic idea that Jesus fulfilled prophecy. And not all of them, but some of them, when they actually look up these themselves, feel kind of embarrassed. Like, oh, these are the prophecies that you're claiming are fulfilled by Jesus? I mean, because if you're someone who's just doesn't have your head shoved deeply up your Christian ass, if you are a reasonable Christian who wants to find truth in your Bible, you'll be embarrassed when you go through a list like this. It's not a flattering list at all. The complete lack of logic on this list is, for anyone who has any sense of self-awareness about them, pretty embarrassing. It doesn't speak well for the faith. I mean, even when I was a Christian, I would have said this list should never be brought up to anyone, because it does more to undercut your claims than it does to make any case about Jesus supposedly being, being a Messiah and fulfilling any prophecy. One after another, they just continually look bad when you pull them up. Like I said, these ones we just went through from 49:10, where they're pulling this generic thing, which on the surface, you're like, oh, this is telling you about the nation of Judah, and it's telling you about the future of Judah. Except if you read the context, which, it's so funny how Christians always want to bitch about context, but then when they pull shit like this up, they don't want to read the context. The entire context is that it's a chapter about all of these final missives given from Jacob to each one of his sons. And yet you pull one of them out, well, you pull out one son, and then you pull out one verse from that one son, and you say somehow this magically applies to Jesus. And yet you want to blame others for the crime of pulling things out of context. That's not a good look. It's not a good look for anyone who even wants to pretend that they're trying to be halfway intellectually honest, because for anyone who's not already ate up in your religion, they're going to look at that and they're going to think, wow, this is your case. And Christians, they may not want to admit this, but they inherently know this. Because if we took the names out of this, all right, and if I told you, if we just changed the names to sound Arabic, right? So for most Christians haven't spent a lot of time reading their Bibles, especially the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament. So if we kept the words the same, but we changed all the names to sound Arabic, and then I I told them, here's all the prophecies that were fulfilled by Muhammad. These prophecies prove that Muhammad was a prophet, that he was the son of God, or I know that Muhammad doesn't claim to be the son of God, but he was the one true prophet of God. And here's these prophecies that we can read about Muhammad, and here's these other verses that tell you how Muhammad fulfilled the prophecies. So you, Mr. Christian, I'm going to read these to you to prove to you that Muhammad is a real deal. They would, of course, look at every one of these verses and say, this is stupid. Like, you clearly are you're not even pulling up something that's a prophecy. You're just making very bad, lame connections that aren't even in the text. But when you use the real names, meaning the names that we recognize from our Hebrew and Christian Bibles, then they suddenly believe that these things make sense. And it doesn't. So anyway, let's do some more of these. We'll see how, at some point, my wife's supposed to be pinging me to get her, but I don't know when that will be. So I just keep drinking. And no, I will not be driving her. I'll just be walking her home, which is why I can sit here and drink. All right. So moving on into Exodus now. The first one we get from Exodus is 3:13 through 15. Let's look at this. Pull up our monitor again. 3:13 through 13. I can't talk. Exodus 3:13 through 15. All right, let's do that. It's 3:13 through 15. Let's grab that text. The great I am. And that text is all of this. Get this into our sheet. And okay. And this is supposed to tell us, notice, what they're telling us normally most of these is like, oh, this is the prophecy. I guess the prophecy is that just the great I am. That's what we're supposed to take from the prophecy, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of strange sometimes the way that when the apologist bullshit can't even come up with a good reason to tell you that this is a prophecy, that is a big warning sign right there. It tells you that we are descending into bullshit at this moment. But let's continue. So this is the great I am is what this means. And then this is supposedly affirmed in first of all John 4:26. So let's grab that. And it's also affirmed supposedly in John 8:58, which I'm sure will be very convincing, and I'm sure that we will all be converting to Christianity by the time we finish this analysis. So let's look at what John 4:26 says. John 4:26 is this is, I'm sorry. I know where this is going, so this is hilarious to me. Okay, let me get these on the screen so we can talk through these, because this is really good. Like, I know I keep saying this, but it's like there's no sense of self-awareness in these. Like, people just like, they don't realize how stupid this looks if you're not already just a dyed-in-the-wool Christian. So let me see, 8:58. So let's go to John 8:58, which is right here. Let's go there. And let's pull this up. And we're going to get to a super chat here before we go through these explanations, because someone has been kind enough to send me money. And that's always the game here on YouTube, right? I mean, obviously I'm not really doing this for money, because if I were, I would be losing my house and going hungry every day. But it is always nice when people are so kind as to throw you some super chats. So I want to acknowledge that and answer this before we move on to other things. So Constellation Pegasus, thank you, friend, for another super chat. You were very, very kind and generous. It says, what made you leave religion? Funny thing is, and I've done I did a kind of a video talking about some of the things that made me leave religion. The weird thing is, I was talking to my uncle this morning, and he actually asked me, he knows I'm an atheist, but he never asked me before, like, why are you an atheist? What led to you becoming an atheist? Was it some moment or whatever? And I've talked about this in certain moments on screen before, but so I'll try to make this as brief as possible, but while still trying to make the answer truthful and meaningful. There was not some inciting moment. I can't sit here and say, I had this tragedy and I got angry with God. I don't have church hurt. Thankfully I had a Christian upbringing, but I mean, in the best normal way. Like, no one beat me with a Bible and screamed Bible verses at me as a kid. I was never abused by anyone in the church or anyone else for that matter. I don't have anything that when I was young that drove me away from the church. In fact, I was raised in a very kind of what I would call with Northern Protestant sensibilities, meaning that we were religious, but despite where I live now, no one in my house ever, wanted to tell me some bullshit like the earth was 6,000 years old or like dinosaurs walked with humans. That was just patently stupid to us. And my mother is still very devout, but she has never been one of these idiots who just denies basic scientific knowledge and facts. So I was Christian until I was about a little past 40. But even then, I don't have like a date when I can tell you when I became atheist, right? It wasn't like I woke up one morning and just said, oh my gosh, I'm an atheist. So there wasn't any one inciting moment. There were many weird little stories throughout my life because I went through periods where I was more religious and less. I would try at times to be more devout. I would try at times to like reread my Bible again because I've read the Bible multiple times. I would try to engage with religious people again. And then other times those things would not go well. So I would kind of fall back into more of a quiet Christian background. But the biggest reason why I have left religion, it may not be a very fantastical kind of answer. It may not be very rhetorically satisfying to hear. But the biggest reason why I left religion was Occam's razor. I mean that Occam's razor is pretty much the reason why I am. Of course, that's not the only reason, but Occam's razor is the biggest reason why I am an atheist today, because my entire life as a Christian, because I was raised to not believe verbatim every piece of bullshit in the book, and I did not have ridiculous beliefs that could not be grounded in reality. But because of that, I often had to figure out ways to synthesize what I read in the Bible, which was disgusting, to synthesize what I saw repeatedly as aberrant behavior from scores of people who claim to be Christians. And I know you can't blame any one person's behavior on all of Christianity, but when it happens over and over and over again, you start feeling like this, no one's following what I think this religion is. So because I had to keep trying to synthesize what I read in the Bible, and I had to keep trying to synthesize the behavior of Christians around me, and I had to synthesize what I saw as the influence of Christianity on broader society, I kept crafting this scaffolding. There was a scaffolding that I had built over years around the Bible, and I had built this scaffolding around the church and around religion, because if I didn't use that scaffolding on its merits, everything kind of looks stupid. So I had to keep coming up with these reasons for why. Well, like any Christian does, right? The Bible is disgusting in 50 different ways, but well, you're just not reading it right, or this is the lens you have to look at it through, or this is how you have to understand it historically. Like that to me is what I'm calling scaffolding. And then the same thing with the church, like all of these suboptimal experiences with the church and with people in the church. And yet I would keep building this scaffolding that would allow me to essentially navigate all of the problematic things that I found in religion, in Christianity, in the Bible, in church leadership, etc. And finally, one day, when you look, I just looked at it one day. It wasn't like one monumental day. Like I said, it wasn't like I woke up one day and had an epiphany, but one day I finally was thinking about it and I realized, it could be that all of these problems are answered by your complex scaffolding that you have erected all around the Bible and around the church and everything to try to make this make sense. Or it also could be that none of this stuff is real, that all of this suddenly makes so much more sense if you just understand that the God that people are imagining isn't there, that the religion is completely a man-made construct, that these are rules that we have crafted for ourselves over millennia as ways of trying to cope with our own fears and worries. They're rules that we've created to try to craft social cohesion. There's 50 different excuses or answers for why religion is here and why it does the things that it does. And none of those is the best answer because it's real and God's there. Another way to look at this is, even though I would be shocked at this point in my life if you ever looked in the future and said I ever believed in any God at all. If you held a gun to my head and said you have to pick some God or some model of God as at least being the closest to truth that you could pick, I would say fine. Then what I pick is a deistic God. Give him whatever name you want. But if there is a God, the only way that a God works at all with all of the observations that we see about our universe, our planet, our society, everything, is if you assume that the God wound it all up and then just isn't involved. If you assume that God's not trying to help you get a better parking spot, God's not trying to help you cure your cancer or giving your kid cancer, God's not doing anything. So even if there is a God there, the only one that I could in some vague way give you credit for is if you said, well, there was a creator being of some type that created it all, and now it's just running. It's a simulation. If that's one model that you could take. But everything about nature, for example, makes very little sense if you assume that there's a loving creator God out there who has a plan for everything. It makes a ton of sense if you assume that the gears are just running. And sometimes, like I was talking to my uncle about this morning. Not all Christians fall under this. They don't fall under this trap, but there are a lot of Christians who will swear to you that everything is part of God's plan. God is involved in everything. He's everywhere at every time. But the problem is that creates so many more problems than it solves. Because if we believe that, then now what you're telling me is that God was there when your daughter got sexually abused. God was there when, God planned for you to get cancer. God planned for your business to go under. All of this is somehow God's plan. And then when you start trying to run through all the mental machinations that leads to, then you have to start thinking, why is it God wanted me to get cancer? Why is it God wanted my son to get hit by a bus in the street and die? That'll drive you nuts. That'll drive you absolutely insane if you sit down and really try to think about it. What doesn't drive you insane, it doesn't make you happier necessarily, but at least it doesn't drive you insane if you realize that I got cancer because through millions of years of evolution, we have evolved to have these cells that rapidly try to recreate them, procreate them, recreate, multiply. And because of that mechanism, sometimes goes awry. Every once in a while, you get a clump of cells that just starts metastasizing. And it's not because God decided that you had needed to get cancer. It's not because it's part of God's plan. It's just because these are things that happen. The whole question of, why do bad things happen to good people? That really goes away when you realize that it's just because the universe is running on autopilot. Like, God's not making bad things happen to you as a good person. God's not making anything happen. It's just that overall shit happens. So anyway, I know it's kind of a long answer there, but I appreciate the super chat, and I wanted to, of course, give you a full answer in return for your generosity. So that's the long and short of it. I could get into all sorts of other, of course, it's Occam's razor isn't the only reason that I'm an atheist. I mean, but it certainly was the trigger, I guess, that made me realize, like, all of the scaffolding I'm building mentally to try to make this make sense. The far simpler, clearer answer is that you can just take the scaffolding down and realize that, yeah, the Bible's gross because it was written by these ancient men, and they were imagining a God for a number of different reasons. And, it's not always even if you want to believe God's there, trying to believe that everything in the Bible is written by God is a pretty disgusting position to take, because it leads you again into all sorts of nasty conclusions. So you must be loving the sound of my melodious voice here, Constellation Pegasus. So thank you again. But so you say, for me, one of the things Judaism and Christianity share is a 6,000-year-old humanity. We know that's not true. Humans way older than 6,000 years old. I mean, yeah, absolutely. To be fair, I know that there are Christians and Jews who are devout believers who are not fundamentalists. They do not believe that every single word of the Bible is literal truth. I was raised as a Christian, and my mother is still very devout, still loves Jesus, and she does not have any delusion about the earth being 6,000 years old. So that you can be reasonable. And I know that on channels like this, a lot of times, if you didn't know what Christianity is and all you did was watch a channel like this, you might think that every Christian is an idiot literalist. And it's not because I think that, but it's because I'm not going to sit here and put out videos attacking the reasonable and modest beliefs of moderate Christians who aren't stupid about the age of the earth, right? Like, there's no reason to break apart their beliefs and show the logical inconsistencies, because they have more reasonable worldviews. But unfortunately, there are many Christians, especially here in this country, who hold to this bullshit like 6,000 years old, and the earth was covered in a global flood, and dinosaurs lived at the same time as people. And, it's demonstrably stupid. It's not just misinformed. It's like you have to work to have ideas that are that bad. You have to purposely push out every honest, logical, empirical bit of data that you can find, and you have to purposely only craft your views from the well of people who have already been pre-approved to agree with your warped worldview. I mean, to tell you, part of the reason I was a Christian for 40 years, I've always been I think a pretty skeptical thinker. But to tell you the environment that I was raised in, I didn't really know that there were Christians out there who truly didn't just believe that the earth was 6,000 years old, but they thought like evolution is a lie. They thought that creationism should be taught in schools, either, as the only answer, or it should be taught side by side with evolution. Like, I don't think I even realized that there were people that adamant and ignorant and militantly stupid until I was 25, 26 years old, at least. Because before then, I just thought, yeah, there are some people who believe the Bible to be more literal. Some people believe it to be less literal. I knew there's a spectrum as far as, how Christians process that information. But it took me quite a while. I was, fairly, I was well into adulthood before I realized and understood that there are large swaths of people in this country who don't just have unfounded literalist views, but they will militantly act out against the people who have the nerve to actually say that, yes, evolution is real. It's a thing. Militantly is probably an unfair term because they're not marching with guns against, evolution believers, I guess. But, by militantly, I mean that they will very adamantly and obstinately express their views, not just to say that, well, I take a literal view of the Bible, but they will try to tell you that you're an apostate if you don't believe in their views. They'll try to tell you that your views, the scientific established norm across the entire damn world, is somehow a conspiracy. It's a scientism conspiracy about people who hate God. I mean, the degree of self-delusion that you have to foster to hold those views is, in a sick sort of way, almost impressive. It's crazy to think that people can allow themselves to truly just be devoid of any common logic. It's sick. And, I said this all the time in this channel. One of the more disturbing things to me about this country is that there's a third of the people in this country who do not believe that evolution happened. And that is embarrassing to me as an American. It's embarrassing, for this country. It's embarrassing for the intellectual future that we are fostering, that there's a third of this country who does not believe that evolution happened. And although it's not a perfect one-to-one relationship, you can imagine how strong the correlation is between evolution denial and religion. Now, of course, you can be religious and not be an evolution denier. And you can be an evolution denier and not be particularly religious, but it's kind of rare. Most of the people who are hardcore evolution deniers are absolutely getting a large part or all of their beliefs from their religion. Even if they're not actively that religious, even if they don't go to church all the time, there's still most of the evolution deniers are there in that camp because they got those ideas from religion. So thank you for the question, and thank you for the additional super chat. I appreciate the generosity very much. It's very cool. I don't know how many more. I know we're getting late. I don't know how many more. I don't think I want to go. Well, let me finish this one because I brought this up before. We're doing the first one here from Exodus, and I think this is hilarious. So this was the verse that they're claiming is the prophecy fulfilled by Jesus. And the verse reads like this: "But Moses said to God, if I come to the Israelites and say to them, the God of your ancestors has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? God said to Moses, I am who I am." He said further, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, I am has sent me to you." God also said to Moses, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, the Lord, the God of your ancestors, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my title for all generations." Now, for those of you who have watched Godfrey Bible Study when I went through this, I had a good laugh at this then. And I still, every time I go over this, I have a good laugh about it again, because this is one of the more patently ridiculous verses in the whole Bible. And that's saying a whole lot, people. Like, imagine what that means to say that this is one of the most ridiculous verses in the Bible. And I say this because, I mean, just imagine, we have a caller there. I'll get to you just a second there, Wes. So imagine that I'm talking, you're talking to God, and like, how do I get these people to believe that I've talked to you? Tell them that you talk to I am. Like that's like all the Israelites are going to go, oh, well, if you talk to I am who I am, then I guess you must have talked to God. Like that has to be it. Like it's really kind of silly, but let me get to this caller here. Wes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Yeah, great. So welcome to the show. Let me make sure I got the levels here properly. A little light there, so I'm going to turn you up here. So I assume you're 18, Wes.
Yes.
And are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay.
Jesus Christ is God. There has never been any other God. There shall never be any other God. I pray to Jesus, and he was of the flesh.
Okay.
Jesus, would you put the taste of honey in all that gang of frauds' mouths in this same minute, please? I do talk to God. You imagine your lies are good.
But Wes, I don't have the taste of honey in my mouth.
You are a liar. Everyone watching your show has that same taste in your mouth, and you have just been exposed.
So see, you're going to tell me now that I'm lying because clearly I have the taste of honey in my mouth, but I must be lying if the prayer hasn't worked.
Not going to tell about the real bread Jesus put before you on Monday, June 1st, Allah? No time to talk about it, Allah?
What was this bread that Jesus put me before me on June 1st?
Yeah, I get it. You're going to play lunatic.
No, I'm asking you a question, Wes. What was the bread?
You're playing yan.
Okay, so you're not going to tell me what the bread was, and apparently, if I don't,
goodbye. You're a fool.
If I don't acknowledge what the bread was, then I'm a liar. Yeah. Okay. That was classic there. That's really great. That is absolutely showing up for Jesus there. I mean, clearly. So I want everyone to enjoy the taste of honey that is in their mouth right now, because by the way, if you don't have the taste of honey in your mouth, you're a liar. If you won't admit that you now have the taste of honey in your mouth, you're a liar. That was a great call. I'll tell you, for being short and sweet and to the point, man, Wes, you really brought it. That was a really great call because within a span of, what was it, less than 5 minutes, he proved to everyone on the call that prayer doesn't work. He literally proved that prayer is your made up bullshit, because apparently from praying that one little moment of putting the taste of honey in our mouths, and of course, he's not going to admit that because he is then going to assert and demand that all of us have the taste of honey in our mouths. And if we don't accede to this and say, yes, we have the taste of honey in our mouth, then we are liars. We are liars. So good on you, Wes. I think that is really giving a great impression for Jesus right there. If you weren't already about to become a follower of Jesus, Wes absolutely knocked it out of the park. So, friends, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say a little prayer here for Wes, because clearly either prayer works and all of us are liars. We are not admitting that we have the taste of honey in our mouths. Or prayer is totally bullshit. But you know what? Since I'm guessing some of you didn't actually taste the honey in your mouths, probably because you're a heathen and Satan and Allah. He called me Allah. Isn't that great? So I guess I'm Allah now. I'm not, which is funny because, I understand that a Christian would say that Allah is, the wrong God. It's a non-existent God. Of course, what does Allah mean? It means Lord. just like Baal, Baal, means Lord. And, you're all just saying Lord, but dear Allah, oh Heavenly Father Allah, please reach out to our friend Wes. Please ask Wes to tell me what was this bread that I had on June 1st, because apparently I don't remember the bread. Just like I don't actually have the taste of honey in my mouth. So, Allah, I'm going to need you to reach out to our brother Wes. Please find some way that you can make Wes make sense. Because so far, it ain't happening. It really ain't happening. And I really think that if there is a God up there who's listening right now, if there is one thing that I could ask of this God, in the name of Jebus, in the name of Allah, in the name of Odin, please help Wes to get back on his meds. Because whether he's accidentally fallen off of his meds or whether he has just purposely run out of his prescription, one way or another, Wes has fallen off of his meds. So we all need, all of my brothers and sisters out there on the live stream tonight or watching later on the replay, we all need to pray for Wes, because Wes has fallen off of his meds. And that's not a joke. That's very dangerous to fall off of your meds. So I hope in some way that what's the word I'm looking for? I hope that a doctor or someone who can give him a proper prescription or a mental health professional will somehow reach out to Wes and pull him back onto the sanity wagon. You don't need to beat him up. You don't need to make him feel bad. Just offer him a little honey, because he apparently likes honey. Offer him a little honey. Offer him to refill his meds and get him back on the sanity wagon, because right now, Wes is not a good argument for any divine being, because if divinity brings you to the state of Wes, I don't think he's made a good case for any of us wanting to go there. It's really not a good selling point. But Wes, I appreciate you, brother. That was a great call. That was premium shit right there. I wonder if he rehearsed that. How long do you think it took him to come up with that? Did he spend all night? Like from the time I started the live stream, he's like, I need to practice this. I need to figure out exactly what I'm going to say. I need to pull up now, because I give him credit for calling in. He had commented on stuff in the last couple of days, and he was definitely one of the people who comments on my stuff who does not seem to have a good grasp on reality, which you all witnessed there in the brilliant call that was this call. But I'm going to pull this up because he basically said some of the same stuff that he'd brought up here before, and it's kind of hilarious. Give me a second here. I have to find it. Let me search for it just a second. No, because he was talking about the bread thing in his comments, and it's really weird. Okay, here we go. So let me make this a little bigger. I'll put this on screen. Like I said, I give him credit. He called in. Like most of these people that are of this kind of mindset don't really call in. But here we go. Let me put this on screen here. So this was on the Kirk Cameron video. A day ago, he says, real bread was set before you and all mankind by Jesus Christ on Monday, June 1. Real bread on Monday, June 1. So June 1st was what was that? That was well, it was last Monday. This it was obvious because it's only the 6th right now. So this last Monday, real bread was put before all mankind by Jesus Christ. And then he says, no time to talk about that, Allah. Remember in this call, he called me Allah again. So he's consistent, if nothing else. So in his comment, he talks about the real bread that was put before all mankind on Monday. And then he said it again on the call. Then he said, no time to talk about that, Allah, in the comment. And then he called me Allah again in the call. And then it says, not telling about it is an act of Satan. Not telling about bread is witchcraft. So because I have not told people about the bread that I have not seen or eaten, I don't even know if I had a piece of bread of any kind on Monday. Maybe I did. I don't really have bread around the house that much. I think I had a burger on Monday, so there would be bread in the bun. But he says, no time to talk about that. Not telling about it is an act of Satan. So because I did not tell you about the bread that I did not know that I ate, that shows that it's an act of Satan. And I'm not sure if I'm Allah or if I'm Satan, or if Allah is Satan. I'm sure he believes that Allah and Satan are probably the same thing. And he says, not telling about bread is witchcraft. Okay. And you can see my response. I said, so apparently you went off your meds on May 31st. And he says, you shall be made an example of. And the F course you play, nya, 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 nya. And I said, oh, goody. I can't wait. So, again, kudos to you, Wesley, for, calling in with such a deep, intellectual, thought-provoking set of comments that must have taken you quite a while to come up with. I mean, it seems like you almost have a routine there, an act. But he's got other stuff in the comments too. Like, what the hell? You lunatics shall soon be branded with a barcode called Omni. Oh, goody. Here we go with the sign of the beast. Okay. At first, you shall celebrate the free money, 32,523. Okay. So we're all going to get $32,523 dollars of free money. But then we're going to get gray scabs that itch shall appear on your faces. Then you shall not find food. Wes, man, you need to get back on your meds. I mean, really, because wherever you're at right now, it is not a healthy place. And you needed some help of a mental health professional. You need maybe like some friends that could give you a little guidance. Maybe tell you sometimes that's not such a good idea, or that's kind of a crazy idea. Maybe just someone you can trust in who's real and doesn't exist in your imagination. But I am really upset that I haven't gotten that honey. Did anyone taste the honey? Can someone out there testify and say, yeah, I tasted the honey? Someone not named Wes, I guess. Did anyone not named Wes taste the honey? Or of course, obviously, even if you say no, then we're all liars, right? We're all lying all the time. Anyone who doesn't agree that, okay, secular scriptures says they had honey in their tea. So, okay. I'm sure the honey in your tea was a direct result of Wes's prayer, right? Oh, man. There he goes again with the you shall be made examples of, which, I mean, taken at face value, it's basically a threat. But, I'm not trying to say that he's being violent or something, but I'm sure he means that we'll be made examples of, because Jesus will show us all, make examples of all of us, which that phrase, you'll be made examples of, it's kind of funny because I do understand the connotation of the phrase. Normally, if you say to someone, I will make an example of you, the connotation of that is negative. I understand that. But the denotation is neutral. Like making an example out of someone, it could be bad, but it could be good. Like I could say, hey, you know what? This person did a great thing. I want everyone to see what this person did, and I want everyone to be more like this person. I'm making an example out of him. I do understand that in general parlance, it tends to be used more frequently in a negative connotation, but it doesn't have to mean that. You know, it could be that we will all be made examples of when some higher being says, you know, look at the people who actually, and actually, let me go off on a tangent on this because I've thought about this before. I've heard this thought from other people as well. I'm not the one who came up with this idea, but you have in your mind, in your head, in your skull, you have, as far as we know about the universe right now, you have one of the most powerful, incredible, organic computing mechanisms that is known in this universe. Now, you know, compared to other humans, maybe you're not the most smart, you know, maybe you're not smarter or not as smart because we're all somewhere on a scale, right? But I'm saying humanity in general, you're a human listening to this. So as a human, you have a human brain. And even if you're not that bright, okay, even the people that are kind of low on the intelligence scale by human standards, on a Earth scale, you have one of the most powerful organic computing mechanisms that we know of in the whole universe. Now, we might at some point in the future meet advanced aliens who put our intellect to shame. We might find that in the universe level, we are way, way down the totem pole. But as far as we know right now, you have one of the most powerful organic computing mechanisms in your head that the universe has ever seen. And if you're a Christian or a believer of any sort, you probably believe that incredible organic computing machine was given to you by your creator, was given to you by God. God supplied you with one of the most amazing organic computers ever known on the face of the earth. And can you imagine, if we want to presume that the magic Sky Daddy is there, that Jeebus is looking down on us right now, how insulting would it be to him to find that he gave you this incredible piece of organic machinery and you refused to use it? You refused to actually acknowledge the existence of empirical data. You refused to trust on any level what God had given you as this incredibly powerful tool. How would you feel if you were the one that gave someone that tool and they refused to use it? I mean, I'm not saying that I believe this because I don't believe that God is there at all. But if I did believe in a God, I could absolutely see a scenario where you die and you think, man, I'm ready to go to heaven. I can't wait to, you know, be strumming a harp in heaven and kissing God's ass every day and just praising him for the rest of eternity. And then you get up there and he sends you down to hell and you're like, what's going on? How could I go to hell? And God says, I gave you this incredible brain and you refused to use it. I gave you one of the most incredible tools that I have ever provided to any species across the planet. And how did you reward my gift? You absolutely refused to use it. I mean, if I were God, if a God were to exist and I were God, I would punish you for that. I'm not saying I would send you to eternal conscious torment because that's the most morally bankrupt bullshit that's ever been devised by man about a deity. But I could absolutely see punishing you for that. I mean, it is not unreasonable to think that if you want to believe in a God, that the test of humanity is not, do you blindly follow the dictates of men who lived 3,000 fucking years ago, but instead, have you used this incredible tool that was provided to you by God as a means of bettering yourself and your fellow man and making the world a better place to live in? And if you haven't, I could see that being that not going well for you in the face of your supposed deity. So I have to acknowledge here again, Constellation Pegasus. Thank you, friend. I must really be hitting the spot for you tonight. I appreciate that. But it says, thank you for the super chat, of course. It says, last thought. There's not enough water to flood the earth, described in the Bible. The discovery of ringwoodite in the mantle does not help out. Rather, it hurts the biblical story. There's a neat problem also. Yeah, I mean, every single piece of the biblical flood narrative is it's laughable. I mean, it really is laughable. And I see JR, talks about the heat problem. The heat problem is a great example. There's also a problem of, and I'm not going to try to explain it because I haven't watched the video in a while and I'm going to butcher it. But Gutsick Gibbon, Erica, I think her name's Erica. She talks about there's a mud problem too. And of course, there's 1,000 problems with and Michael, hello, and thank you for the super chat, my friend. I'm responding to the super chat right now, but I also want to immediately acknowledge you. So thank you very much for that super chat, my friend. The number of logistical problems with the flood, it's not like there's just one big problem that creationists need to solve. The entire thing is an illogical mess. It's completely devoid of any reasonable logic whatsoever. So, yes, of course, the water problem. Now, the only thing that I will say on this, and I'm not inclined to believe anything that a fucking literalist, evangelical kind of person wants to tell me about the Bible. But I will say this. If we're going to assume that he's God and he can do whatever miracle he wants, I mean, I guess we can also just assume that he can also make the miracle happen of all the water coming from somewhere and then going away to somewhere. I mean, it's a stupid premise, but if we're going to go down this path of miracles all the way down, then how is a biblical flood any less logical than a man resurrected, or than a talking donkey, or the sun standing still for a day, so in Joshua? I mean, they're all just miracles all the way down. So that's not a defense of the story, but the only way I can logically try to parse it is to say, well, if we're going to go into the land of fairy tales anyway, then how is one fairy tale any less logical than the rest of them? Let's we have a caller here. So, Atheist Exonerated, can you hear me? I'm not hearing you there. I see it looked like you're talking, but I'm not seeing anything. And I'm not seeing any audio. Oh, there we go. So, yeah. So you're an asshole. So so there we go. We got to see Atheist Exonerated's ass, which is, a great way to show exactly who you are. Yeah, that's who Atheist Exonerated is. They are an ass. So good for you, buddy. You got to love when people literally show their ass. Most of the time on this channel, we're talking about all the believers and how they are rhetorically showing their ass all the time. And then every once in a while, you get someone who's like, no, I will literally show you my ass. So that's one hell of a way to make it literal, But good on you, bro. That's a good debate tactic, I guess. It's like, I don't actually know how to use words, so I'm just going to use my arse. Look at my arse. That's my argument. That's my entire argument. I think Atheist Exonerated and Wes should probably have a coffee. I think they'd have a lot in common. Oh, wonderful. So yeah, anyway, as I was saying about the biblical flood bullshit, it's the only defense of it is just that if you want to say, well, it's all miracles, so none of it's going to make sense. But the bigger problem with that, in my humble opinion, is this. If we're just going to take this position that it's all miracles, that's fine. But the same crowd that will swear to you that all of the water that it takes to cover the entire earth can be accounted for because of miracles. But then they will also get into these same arguments trying to yell you down and swear that no, these things actually happened. And they will try to pull up all of these bullshit non-discoveries from archaeology. And they'll try to make up all of these, all of these stories for why it really makes historical chronological sense. So in other words, they want to have it both ways. In other words, they want to rely on the Bible, on the miracle stories as being somehow truthful and reliable. And when they won't work out, they'll just say, well, because miracles, which is fine if you want to be that kind of a thinker. But then they also want to turn around and act like they can be intellectually rigorous with regard to trying to tell you how all of the layers at the Grand Canyon, the Grand Canyon could have been carved in a couple of years. And then all these sediment layers all over the earth could have been laid down within a couple of years. I mean, they literally have no internal consistency in the arguments that they make. So I want to acknowledge here, Constellation Pegasus. Thank you, brother, for the super chat. Says messed up heat problem. Yeah. So the heat problem is a big problem with the flood. And like I said, there's another one though too. Like the mud problem I'm talking about is not the heat problem. That's a different problem as well. But I'm not going to talk too much about that because I would need to go back and review that video again from Gutsick Given. If you guys probably all know who I'm talking about. But if you've not seen Gutsick Given's content, she is an amazing content creator on YouTube, a science educator. Her main shtick is talking about evolution and debunking all the bullshit from creationists. But she talks more broadly about a lot of things, but she's not necessarily a religion channel per se. She's a science education channel, but she ends up talking to a lot of religious people or about a lot of religious people because she's often combating the bullshit that streams endlessly from creationists. But she also has a really interesting series that she's been doing with, I'm going to forget his name. There's a guy who's like this independently wealthy guy. He's a big creationist thinker in terms of his own theories, but he also is very reasonable on other levels. Like he is famous now for having debunked, helped debunk a lot of these flat earthers, because one of the many ways that you can disprove flat eartherism, there's like a million ways, but one of the things that makes it really obvious is if you were at the South Pole and you could see during a certain time of year when there's no night, you can actually see the sun go in a circle over the course of a day. It never goes below the horizon during a certain part of the year because of the tilt of the earth on its axis. And that's not possible under the flat earther models. So this guy amazingly funded an expedition of, I don't know, it was like 5 or 6 flat earthers, like people who were really big in the flat earth community. And he funded this mission for them to go to Antarctica, which is incredibly expensive. It's hard to do. It's not like you can get a flight out of Atlanta, going to Antarctica. You have to charter this special thing and get special permissions, and you have to get a plane. Then you have to depend upon weather because the weather down there is horrible. And even if you plan everything perfectly, it could get all screwed up. But he got this expedition to go down there with a handful of really high profile flat earthers, and they saw the 24-hour sun, and they saw it rotating over the course of a day, like without ever rotating or spinning, going through a circle and completing a circle in the sky without ever going below the horizon, which again is only possible in a spherical planet model. And as a result of that, a couple of the really high profile flat earthers abandoned their flat eartherism, which it's insanely hard to do. Trying to ever get them to acknowledge reality and to acknowledge facts is really hard to do. And he did it. But this same guy who so beautifully debunked these flat earthers also is a creationist. So Gutsick Gibbon has had a long series where she has been going through in pretty long detail. Like these are like 3-hour sessions that they've been doing. And I don't know how many of them they've done, but they've done multiple sessions like this where they've been going through bit by bit all of these different cases for evolution and why evolution is a thing and all of the evidence. And, on the surface, I don't think that it's even that hard to understand evolution at a 10,000 foot level. But I do understand that there are, of course, a ton of very specific, sticky questions that scientists have addressed over decades that if you really dive into it and you really want to be rigorous about it, you can find some spots that are hard to understand unless you're really educated on it. And she's gone into great detail with him. Let me find that really quick so you guys know what I'm talking about. You guys probably already know about it, but just in case, I want to pull it up just because I don't want to talk generically about it and not be able to pull it up. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Give me just a second here. Will Duffy is his name. And let's see here. So I'll pull this up. So this is her channel, Gutsick Gibbon. Her name is Erica. I don't think it has her last name, but that's, her name. Erica is her real name. And this series that she's had has been with Will Duffy, where she has gone through in great detail explaining, not just at a 10,000 foot level saying, hey, this is why evolution is real, but she's been going through it in great detail and answering his objections. And I don't know if they finished the series or not. I'm trying to find some of the, well, I know they're actually done as live streams. So let me look under the live tab. Yeah, here. So you can see here, these are, and the last one was streamed 5 days ago. So I guess they're still doing it. I don't know how much further they're going to go, but they've done a bunch of them so far. And these are frequently like 5-hour streams. Like the first 4 hours are her giving instruction. And then like the last hour, hour and a half, they're answering like super chats and such. But you can see like this started 7 months ago. So they've done a bunch of these and they've gone through them in detail. And even though I give creationists a lot of shit, and I think deservedly so, they also have, there are people like Will who seems to be, he has some weird ideas with regard to creationism because of his religion, but he does seem to be intellectually, honestly engaging with the content. And he does seem to be making a real good faith effort to understand the content, educate himself, and to come to his own reasonable conclusions. So regardless of what you think about creationists in general, I think that he deserves respect for that. Now, whether that will end it in him eventually saying, yeah, I think that evolution actually happened, I don't know. But it's hard to go through that much detailed instruction, and if you understand the instruction and still hold to some of these crazy beliefs that the earth is 6,000 years old, etc. But check that out, guys, if you haven't. So, what is it? We had. So just to wrap up that last thing that I was saying here about Exodus. So this is before we got the call. Got the call from Wes, and then we got the call from Show My Ass guy. So that's always lovely. gotta love the Show My Ass guy. But this has always struck me as hilarious, because imagine that you've talked to God, and it's like, well, how do I get others to believe that I talked to God? Well, tell them that you talked to I am who I am. Like, could you imagine someone coming to you and saying, hey man, I talked to God last night? And of course you're a little dubious when you hear this claim. Like you're thinking, really? Okay, well, tell me about this God you talked to. I don't think you talked to God. How do I know that you talked to God? And imagine the person says, because his name was I am who I am. Like, are you then going to go, oh, well, as long as you've talked to I am who I am, then clearly you must have talked to God. Obviously. Like, who says that? Even if you're God, who says that? Like, what's your name? I am who I am. You know, that's like the most arrogant bullshit to ever pull. I don't care if you're a fucking divine, omnipotent creator God, like, just to have the balls to say, I am who I am. That's your name, dude? Really? Okay. Talk about arrogant bullshit, man. So this is the passage we're talking about, right? God talking about Moses. This is on this is the burning bush, right? The famous scene of the burning bush. And God tells Moses to say, I am who I am. So then the verse that is supposed to, first of all, there is no prophecy here. Okay. At no place in this whatsoever is there any prediction being made. At no place is, not even God is giving a prediction here. Moses is not giving a prediction here. So first obvious thing is that this is not a prophecy. Hold up. There we go. There is no prediction being made. I know it becomes like a broken record, but this bullshit about prophecies being fulfilled by Jesus, how can it be a prophecy being fulfilled by Jesus when there is literally no prophecy in the text? I mean, I don't care how devout you are as a Christian. I mean, we all know what a prophecy looks like, okay? A prophecy is a prediction. It's like, hey, this thing is going to happen at some future time. Look for it because it's going to happen. And if you don't have a prediction anywhere in there, it's not a prophecy. It's that simple. But then we're supposed to believe that this is a prophecy fulfilled by Jesus. Why? Because in John 4:26, Jesus said to her, I am he, the one who is speaking to you. So because Jesus said, I am he, the one who is speaking to you, somehow we're supposed to tie this to God saying, I am who I am. I mean, first of all, anybody in their life at some point has said, yeah, that's me. That's the one you're talking to. I mean, he's just affirming that, hey, that's who you're talking to right now. That's not a prophecy. That's not a fulfilled prophecy. That's just Jesus saying, yeah, that's me. And then further on in John 8:58, Jesus said to them, very truly, I tell you, before Abraham was, I am. I understand the allusion here. I understand the connection that they're trying to draw because God says, I am. And he says, I am. And he says, I am who I am. Okay. And clearly, according to the Gospel of John, Jesus is alluding to this same idea. An allusion, so this is another thing we talked about before. Allusion is not prophecy. Just because you allude to something that happened before doesn't mean that you were fulfilling a prophecy, especially one that never even was a prophecy in the first place. So you really have to just be so far into fantasy land to believe that I can say that I fulfilled a prophecy, because at some point in my conversation, I allude to something that someone else said 1,000 years before. That's ridiculous. I can go through the Bible and pull allusions out from it as I'm speaking. That doesn't mean I'm fulfilling a prophecy. That just means that I'm desperately grasping at straws. That's all there is to it. So to in any way try to claim that this is a prophecy, let alone one fulfilled by Jesus, is completely and utterly stupid. This is also completely mundane. Meaning, there is nothing. So, the mundane thing, let me type this out here first. The mundane thing is this, all right? Even if I had a prophecy that I fulfilled, let's say the prophecy is that, on a given morning, the Messiah will brush his teeth. And I say, look, I brushed my teeth this morning. I'm sorry, that does not qualify as any sort of fulfilled prophecy. You don't get any points for fulfilling a prophecy that is completely and utterly mundane. So if there's not even a prophecy mentioned in the original passage at all. It's not a prophecy. But even if you wanted to squint hard enough and somehow try to say that it's a prophecy, the fact that you say, I am he, the one who is speaking to you, that's completely mundane. The fact that you say, very truly, I tell you, before Abraham was, I am. I mean, anyone can utter those words. I can say to you, here, let's do this. Very truly, all YouTube, I tell you, before Abraham was, I am. There we go. I have just fulfilled the prophecy, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Messiah because I said that. In fact, you know what? I'll say it one more time. Very truly, I tell you, listen to me, YouTube. Before Abraham was, I am. So I'm going to need all of you to start tithing. I'll give you, like a P.O. box you can send your checks and your money orders to. Because clearly I am Jesus. Clearly I am the Messiah. Clearly I have fulfilled the prophecy by speaking those words. So why aren't you worshiping me? Clearly you should be worshiping me. And if you're not, then woe unto you, because, I've given you bread on June 1st, right? And I gave you bread on June 1st. I put the taste of honey in your mouths. And you heathens, you apostates will not admit that you all had the taste of honey in your mouths. As soon as Wes had spoken those words, you know it. We all know it. We all know that we had that taste of honey in our mouth, and we didn't want to admit it. You know why? Because we're evil. Because we're liars. We don't want to admit that we tasted the honey. As soon as Wes spoke those words, as soon as he invoked the Heavenly Father and Jebus himself to put the taste of honey in our mouths, we tasted the honey. But we don't want to admit it, do we? No, why? Because we're evil, because we're sinful. We're sinful by nature. We're fallen creatures. That's why we don't want to admit that we tasted the honey. But you know you tasted the honey. You know you did. You should admit that you tasted the honey. We all tasted the honey. We just don't want to admit it, do we? This is the problem with the world. Even when, I need more music for this. We got to do it. Even when a prophet, a devoted child of God calls in and calls on God and Jebus to come down and put the taste of honey in our mouths, even when they work a miracle for us, we won't admit it. We won't admit that we tasted the honey because we're apostates, because we're going to burn in hell, because Jesus is going to make an example out of us. He's going to make an example out of every one of us. And when he does, when we're burning in hell, do you know who will be there looking at us and laughing? That's right. It'll be Wes. Wes will be looking down on us from heaven, and he will be laughing because Jebus made an example out of us. He totally taught us. He taught everyone else to not be like us. I just saw this comment here in the chat. Dude, you're not allowed to drink out of a solo cup. What? Where is it written that I cannot drink out of a solo cup? Can I get a verse? Can I get a chapter and verse that will confirm that I'm not allowed to drink out of a solo cup? I have said, I've actually, excuse me, I've mentioned on other live streams before, gosh, I got something in my throat. It's all that honey. Man, that honey is messing up my throat. Man. Maybe I need more honey. Maybe I need to pray some more. Wes, can you get me some more honey? Because my throat's getting a little dry. I need more honey, Wes. Come on, man. Hook me up. But I've mentioned on other live streams before that although I don't like to think of myself as deeply environmentally shitty, I will admit that I'm kind of an environmental asshole when it comes to things like plasticware, because I have glasses in the cupboard. I just don't like washing my glasses. So instead, I just get my Solo cups and I'll drink out of a Solo cup for a couple of days. And, after a while, it's like, yeah, that's getting grody. I need to throw it out and get a new one, which I do, which is horrible. Like it's, single-use plastics. I'm going to hell anyway. So, I mean, as long as I'm going to hell, I might as well just use all the single-use plastics at the same time. Hey. So, as long as I'm going to hell anyway, screw it. I might as well just use all my Solo cups. But that's why I always have a Solo cup. What are you laughing about? See, my wife knows. She knows I have a Solo cup. So,
Well, since you're talking to me, do you have a Type-C charger over here I could borrow?
I don't think so.
Is that not the kind of charger your phone uses?
Actually, I guess these are Type-C. I've had some problems with this cord though, so you can try, see if it works. But I think that's Type-C.
Is this the only cord you have?
I mean, there are others. So try
Do
that
you
one.
have multiples? So I don't have to come back if this
I
doesn't work?
I would have to get up and go search for them.
Okay.
Important stuff there. Got to get the chargers going. All right. So where are we at? My throat feels clear again. So Wes must have prayed for me. Although he seems to be praying against me. I don't know. He definitely didn't seem very nice, did he? I tell you, for someone who purported to be talking, to be working on behalf of Jebus there, I don't know if that was a good example for Jebus, but what the hell? So anyway, I don't know if we have any more to do on this last non-prophecy here. So that's mundane. It's not a prophecy. I mean, there's nothing about this that even qualifies in any way as a prophecy. I mean, I could even go a little further and say it wasn't even spoken in future tense, but I think we're just going to leave that one at that. So for the night then, we have, Demented Engineer says Wes was a riot. I loved his efforts. We definitely enjoyed that one. I'm gonna definitely cut that out and just make that like a 5-minute little clip on the channel, because that was fun. With people like Wes too, I know I'm overthinking it. I know there's not going to be a logical answer to what I'm about to posit, but anytime someone leaves comments like that on a video, or anytime they call in and have, that kind of conversation, if that's what we want to call it, then the obvious question I have is, what do you think you're accomplishing? Like, in the mind of these people, do they really believe that even one person out of a million is going to see that and go, oh, that made me want to go to Jesus. Like, that made me want to read the Bible. And I just bring this up because anytime you have people who preach in the comments or on call-ins, anytime you have people who can't engage with the content that you're talking about, but they just want to throw out these generic platitudes about Jebus or whatever, you have to wonder, like, do you think you're converting someone? I mean, anyone? I think that in their mind, they think that, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that someone's going to watch this and then come to Jesus. But I don't think that there's a 1 in 1,000 chance. I don't think that there's a 1 in a million chance. First of all, because you don't even sound like someone who wants to reach out to people in good faith. Like, if there was someone who's going to make me reconsider my bad religious decisions, that is absolutely the opposite of how it could be done in any effective way. I mean, at this point in my life, let's be honest, the idea that I would ever be religious in any sense whatsoever is probably a pretty big stretch. But if it was gonna happen, if somebody out there is gonna somehow make me reconsider my beliefs, it sure as hell isn't gonna be Wes. That's for sure. Like you guys may have seen, I've mentioned him here before earlier in the live stream. I was on Tavo Sanabry's channel, and he's like this. He's a pretty cool. He has a channel too. He's been out for like a year or two. He's very. Now that being said, I'm sure that Wes would think that Tavo is an apostate, because Tavo is very open-minded. Tavo considers himself to be basically Christian, although he also says that he's like 55% sure that there's a God there. So that's the kind of thing that a lot of hardcore Christians would never believe that, or if they did, they would never admit that that's what they believe, because usually for most Christians, if you want to claim that label, it's usually assumed that you also have to claim that you have no doubts, that oh, of course there's God there. Of course it's Yahweh, and Yahweh's son is Jesus. I mean, that's for most people kind of the definition of what it means to actually be a Christian. But if anyone were to even on some level cause me to reevaluate anything of my beliefs, it sure as hell is not going to be someone who calls in and demands that. What was that again? I got to look that up again because that was hilarious. Let me pull this up because this still makes me laugh thinking about it. Real bread was set before you. I'll put this up here. Real bread was set before you and all mankind by Jesus Christ on Monday, June 1. I love the date there, because if it wasn't for the date, I would assume that this is like a metaphorical thing, right? Like Jesus is trying to feed you spiritually. Jesus gave you bread to live, because that's a common metaphorical trope within Christianity itself, right? The bread of life, etc. But all of the, any credit you can kind of give this as maybe possibly being metaphorical kind of flies out the window when you put this date on there, like real bread was set before you and all mankind by Jesus Christ on Monday, June 1. What happened on Monday? Like, I was working. I don't know. Like, wow, I must have missed a big thing. Like, was there a bread delivery? Like, did Jesus come to my door? Like, was he knocking at my door to give me bread and I just wasn't home, or I didn't answer? Like, did I not hear him knocking? How was this bread delivered? Was it by hand? Like, did it fall down from the sky like manna? I have questions. I really need to know, what was this bread that was put before me on June 1? And was it just me? Like, does he know that Jesus came to my house on June 1 and tried to give me the bread? Or is he saying the bread was delivered to everyone's house? Like, did you guys get a bread delivery on June 1? I don't know. Like, maybe everyone else got bread on June 1 and I didn't realize it because, I'm such an apostate. So maybe everyone else is like, wow, you got all this bread. And I'm like, what? I didn't realize it was there. So June 1, that's an interesting claim there. Also, I'm now Allah, which that's beautiful. Like, I guess I'm God now, so I am Lord, which is great. Like, I have Jesus's followers calling up to my show and telling me that I am Lord. That's great. Okay. So I am Lord. I apparently received a delivery of bread from Jesus Christ on Monday, June 1st, which I didn't know. Like, you know what? I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. I live very close to downtown. There are, unfortunately, a lot of homeless people around. And if things get delivered to your door, like from Amazon or whatever, and you can't get them right away, then there's a lot of times when the porch pirates will come by, you will end up not getting your delivery because the homeless people will unfortunately snatch a lot of the stuff. So I'm certain that I know what happened right now. On Monday, June 1st, Jesus Christ himself came to my door and delivered bread, and he left it on the front step. And I was probably in the bathroom or something like that. So when he left the bread, I didn't get to it in time. I didn't realize it was out there, and the homeless guys came and they snatched it. So that's why I don't know that the bread was delivered on June 1st, because before I could even go out there and see it on my front doorstep, it was already gone. But so Scott says, "No, you're not, because I am God." Ooh, this could be like the Old Testament. We could have a battle of God. Scott, you and I, we can like battle God against God. And here's why I know that I'm probably a more powerful God, because iron doesn't really scare me. You can have iron chariots. That's fine. I'll take on your iron chariots. I'll go get my shotgun and you can have your iron chariots, and we'll see who comes out, ahead in that battle. So I'm probably more powerful than Yahweh, because iron chariots don't scare me at all. Now, if my opponent sacrificed his son on the walls of the city, I don't know if I could overcome that. But we know that Yahweh can't overcome it either. So Yahweh has a lot of weaknesses when it comes to one-on-one battles. But maybe we'll have to like schedule a one-on-one deity death match, Scott. We'll make it pay-per-view, and we'll have like ring girls, and we'll have undercard, like we'll have lesser deities fighting on the undercard. And then, eventually you and I will get in there as the big bad deities from, two different cultures or whatever. Like that'll be great. I love that Wes is still in the chat too, just spraying insults left and right, because that is the spirit of Jesus right there. Let's look at some of Wes's input here. Wes, speaking on behalf of Jebus, tells us, "Smell that, fools." Yeah, because that's what Jesus would say. Oh, Wes also wants us to know that Jesus hates what you say. Okay, that's cool, man. Thanks, man. I can feel. Can you feel the love of Jesus right now? Like the love of Jesus coming through Wes, of course, is just overwhelming me. Wes also wants us to know that Jesus says, "Buy footstools." the representation that you are bringing. And here's the irony that people like this don't even understand, is you really are representing very well Yahweh. You are. I mean, this is the character of Yahweh as is presented to us in the Hebrew Bible. Yahweh is jealous. In fact, one of Yahweh's names is jealous with a capital J, or whatever the capital would have been in Hebrew. But he's absolutely jealous. He's vindictive. He's petty. He's an angry little bitch. So this is hilarious. Like I think when people put like hateful shit in the name of Jebus or Yahweh, they don't realize just how on brand that is for your religion. Like some people, modern, more liberal thinkers might think, wow, you are really doing a shitty job of representing your religion and your God. But if you know enough about the Hebrew Bible, I would say it's almost the opposite. It's like, wow, you are really representing Yahweh perfectly right now. This is a great representation of what Yahweh is. A petty, angry, spiteful little bitch. I hope we get Wes back in future live streams, because that really sets off the whole night, doesn't it? There ain't no hate like Christian love, right? Dear Jesus, have Ilcat call into Skepticus. Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, so what are we gonna do? I'm gonna close out. I'm gonna close out with some Bible quiz. I really need to wind down, but I'm actually pretty awake now. Like I was getting tired earlier, and now I'm kind of awake. So, but we'll do some Bible quiz. We'll see how Christian everyone is. I haven't gotten the Leviticus questions in yet, so we're still working with Genesis and Exodus. So let's go here, and we'll pull this up on screen. We'll make this a lot bigger. I know a lot of you guys have done this already, but if you haven't done this, keep score at home. So, of course, you could go to the website and do it yourself too, but keep score at home and try to figure out what your score is as we're going along. You'll see as we answer every question, you'll see what the points are that you would have gotten for every answer. And I guess in general, I'll just always pick whatever is the top answer because I'm not trying to like gear it towards any particular score. So, number 1, when agreeing to mutilate your own genitalia to mark a covenant with an unseen deity, what should be done with the slaves in your household? It's too bad that Wes isn't here to take this with us. A, they're part of your house, so mutilate their genitalia as well, regardless of their thoughts on the matter. B, leave them alone. Slavery is already horrific enough as it is. C, beat them until they agree to the genital mutilation, but they must survive the beating for at least a couple of days. Otherwise, you will incur guilt. D, it says, William says, is it safe for you to play this background content without people claiming some kind of copyright? I don't know. I mean, the content ID stuff is really wicked when it comes to anything musical. So if you play even more than 4 or 5 seconds of like a Eagles song, you're gonna get demonetized right away. Now, to be clear, if you have copyrighted content, they don't take down your channel over that. It just gets demonetized, or to more accurately, any money you would have gotten from it goes to the copyright holder, right? So the worst case is, I think, that I would lose a couple bucks that that I would make, if that, from the links on this channel, because it's not like these live streams are now they wouldn't take my money from super chats, but and from advertisements and such, you would lose that money, right? So that would suck. But it wouldn't suck that much. I wouldn't care. I mean, we'll see. I don't even know if, because there's no sound on this, I don't know if the content ID system will really grab it because, of course, even though there's a bunch of stuff in the background, you got my stuff on top of it. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm not really worried about it, but we'll see what comes up. So back to the quiz here. C, beat them until they agree to the so I just read that one. D, sell them to other slave masters who don't have the same covenant with God. Or E, give them a choice in the matter, but make it clear that life will get pretty rough for them if they don't agree to mutilate their genitalia as well. So, like I said, I'm just going to go through and always pick the top one. I'm not trying to scare, which in this case is the right answer by the Bible. So this, to put it in a different way, this is the biblically accurate answer. The biblically accurate answer is they're part of your house, so mutilate their genitalia as well, regardless of their thoughts on the matter. Fuck them. They're slaves. Cut off a piece of their dick. That is the biblical answer to this. So, next question. It says in the comments, Elcat says, I just called. I didn't see you pop up here, although maybe I wasn't looking at that screen. But if you did call again, I guess. But I mean, I have different windows, and I have to kind of keep looking back at the screen to see if someone's called in. But anyway, next question. Can you have steps going up to your altar? A, no, because raised altars take too much time to build. B, no, because God, or the altar itself, could look up your garment and see your nakedness. C, yes. D, use steps or don't. Who cares? Or E, no, because the elderly or infirm could fall while climbing the steps. And the biblical answer is no, because God or the altar itself could look up your garment and see your nakedness. You don't ever want the altar looking up your skirt or your robe. So make sure you don't put steps on your altar. Apparently, altars are sentient. Altars can look right up your robe, and they're going to be very embarrassed by what you're packing. So don't do that. Don't be that guy. Don't piss off Yahweh. All right. So, next question. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, how long can he serve you? A, he can serve for as long or as little as he chooses because biblical slavery was not like modern slavery. B, just don't own slaves, period. Even if it was widespread and accepted for most of history, that doesn't make it right. C, 6 years. D, you can't buy a male Hebrew slave because the Bible does not endorse slavery. And E, until his debt has been paid off. The biblical answer is C, 6 years. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he can serve you for 6 years. Of course, that only applies if he's male and if he's Hebrew. If it's a female, you can own her for life. If they are not a Hebrew, but they are from another country, you can own them for life. But if he's male and Hebrew, he gets that good treatment that you want your slaves to get. If a woman can't conceive, what should she do? A, steal a Canaanite child and raise it as her own. B, pray to the spirit of Sarah. C, give her maid to her husband so that he can impregnate her instead. D, realize that a woman's sole purpose in life should not be to squeeze out puppies. Or E, sacrifice 2 rams and a fatted calf to Yahweh. The biblical answer was C, which is give her maid to her husband so that he can impregnate her instead. Because that's what maids are for. Clean up around the house, maybe watch the kids, and if your husband needs to impregnate someone, then tell him to hit up the maid. When were camels domesticated? A, domesticated camels did not appear in the Levant until the late 10th century BCE, around 930. B, the domesticated camels of Genesis were provided by the omnipotent benevolence of Yahweh, even though everyone else in the region would not have domesticated camels until much later. C, the camels in Genesis were not domesticated, but they chose to serve the patriarchs of the faith due to Yahweh's glory. D, the Bible makes it clear that camels were domesticated at least as early as Abram, who is said to have been born around 2100 BCE. Or E, the camels in Genesis are a mistranslation because the ancient Hebrews did not have a word for unicorn. The biblical answer is actually that the Bible makes it clear that camels were domesticated at least as early as Abram, who was supposedly around 2100 BCE. Of course, the actual answer from history is that they were not domesticated until the 10th century. Late 10th century. So you can figure out if you want truth or if you want the Bible, but you can't have both. Oh, Jesus is dust. Cool. Does Jesus actually make your place dusty? That's kind of rude, though. What should be the punishment for male and female sorcerers? A, sorcery isn't real, but to the extent that anyone wants to practice it, There should be no penalties whatsoever, assuming that they harm no one and violate no one else's rights in the process. B, execute the female sorcerer, but no punishment for the male sorcerer. C, force them into a life and death battle of sorcerers. D, fine the man 30 shekels, but fine the woman 100 shekels. Or E, execute them both. The biblical answer is execute the female sorcerer, but there is no punishment for the male sorcerer. Now, to be fair, I've mentioned this before, but, an apologist would argue that there are other passages that make it clear that for those who are mediums and diviners, they should be punished the same whether they are male or female. Unfortunately, Exodus 22:18 only says that you are not to allow a female sorcerer to live, and it makes no mention whatsoever of a male sorcerer. So, and also, I'm not claiming that a medium or a diviner or a sorcerer is necessarily all different things. But in the other verses where they say to kill both of them, they don't use the word sorcerer. But the translation that we get in the NRSV for sorcerer only exists in Exodus 22:18. At Rephidim, the Israelites quarreled with Moses and tested the Lord. What did they specifically do that was so wrong? A, they didn't do anything wrong. Questioning Yahweh in any scenario is somehow interpreted as testing God. B, they began worshiping other gods. C, they ate bacon-wrapped shrimp. D, they had sweaty marathon orgies. Or E, they had the audacity to request water because they were thirsty in the desert, and they had been given no indication of how or when they would be able to drink. And the biblical answer is E. Ilcast says, I called in. No, you didn't. Unless you just called in for a second and then hung up before I could even see it on screen. But I see every time someone calls in. So I don't know why you're actually trying to say that. Unless someone just pops in really quick and they pop off before I can see it on the screen. But it's not like it's a phone that goes to voicemail. There's a visual thing here that pops up on the screen. It's somebody called in, and I can see if they have their camera on, I can see their camera. Even if they don't have their camera on, I can see that there's someone essentially in the room who's waiting to be, and they always come in. When they come in, they're muted. And then, of course, I go in and I unmute them when I'm free to talk to them. So I don't know why you would say that when literally I can see if you called in. Again, the only way, maybe you did call in and you popped up for 5-10 seconds and I didn't see it, and then you hung up. But there's no way you sat there and waited for me to, be able to talk to you at all, because I would see it. It's not a phone call where you go to voicemail. So I think you don't realize how that system is working, as though you can call in and I wouldn't know it. But sure, make any claim you want, I guess, if that makes you feel good. People think that you don't see what's happening on the room, I don't know if you called in. Yeah, no, I do know if you called in, and no, you didn't, but it's fine. You spread whatever story makes you feel good in the chat, I guess. Then you can turn on, it says it had the camera on. I don't want to be on camera. Then you can turn off the camera, dude, or just not be on the camera. I like how your story there is shifting. So that's great. Honestly, call in or don't. I'm not begging people to call in, but when you put up those kind of comments in the chat, it's like, here's what it really sounds like.
Coward of the weak.
There we go.
Coward of the weak.
Coward of the weak.
Yep, there you go. Coward of the weak. So, when an animal wanders across a man-made borderline, what should be done with the animal? A, There are few things more patently ignorant than punishing an animal with death for crossing over an imaginary man-made border. B. Give the animal a stern talking to. C. Do not touch it, stone it, or shoot it with arrows. It should have known better. D. Sacrifice it to Yahweh, making a pleasing odor for the Lord. Or E. Cut off one of the animal's legs, roast it, and eat it in front of the animal. The biblical answer is do not touch it, stone it, or shoot it with arrows, because it should have known better, apparently. Because that's the punishment we should give any animal for crossing an imaginary line that we have created in our heads. That's the right punishment for the animal. Yep, of course it is. Can Yahweh bring an army to victory? A. Yahweh can defeat any army at any time. B. Yes, but only as long as an elderly man is able to hold up his hands. C. It depends upon which God is supporting the opposing army. D. But only if the army has made proper sacrifices before the battle. And then E, Yahweh is as effective at providing victory as any other mythical figure. The biblical answer is yes, but only as long as an elderly man is able to hold up his hands, which was the Israelites battling right after they escaped Egypt, and they could keep winning as long as Moses could hold up his hands. And if his hands went down, they stopped winning. How immature of the host. I refuse to. This is great. I got to highlight this. This is classic shit right here. Where are we at here? How immature of the host. I refuse to entertain any moment for a debate with this person. I'm telling my pastor. That's great. Please, I hope that everyone here reports me to their pastor. Please report me to your pastor ASAP, because clearly I need to be disciplined. I need the Lord. I need someone to put a good, because Wes isn't calling anymore. He's already made it clear that the bread was delivered to me on June 1st. Like, but yes, you should all report me to your pastor. Is there like a pastor hotline? Like a hotline you can call your pastor anytime you find an apostate? It'd be like, on The Simpsons, how, what's his name? The annoying neighbor that's like the God crazy guy. Shit, what's his name now? Whatever. There was an episode where he wouldn't stop calling his pastor. Like, he would call his pastor for every single little thing. And like, his pastor was going nuts. Smithers. No, not Smithers. Smithers is I'll figure it out later. All right. So when Yahweh tells you to kill your child as a burnt offering, what should you do? Ned Flanders. Thank you. I can't believe I couldn't remember that. But yeah, there was an episode where like Ned Flanders was calling his pastor for everything. Like, I don't know how to tie my shoes. What's the right way to tie my shoes for God or whatever? Like, he just kept calling him over and over again. And the pastor was going nuts. He couldn't take it anymore. So you all need to call your pastors and complain about the horrible apostate that is Adam of Nola. So when Yahweh tells you to kill your child as a burnt offering, what should you do? A, try to negotiate with him. Perhaps you can sacrifice something lesser. B, ask Yahweh for clarification. You may have misheard him. C, rise early in the morning with your child and head immediately to the place of sacrifice, being fully prepared mentally and physically to carry out the deed. D, check yourself into the nearest mental health facility and find a new religion. Or E, point out to Yahweh that such... I wrote that. Point out to Yahweh that such that such a command is evil. Okay, yeah. So the biblically accurate answer is to rise early in the morning with your child and head immediately to the place of sacrifice, being fully prepared mentally and physically to carry out the deed. Also, for what it's worth, make sure that you lie to your child and tell them that no, you're not going to kill him. You're going to do a regular sacrifice. What is Yahweh's plan for the first communication to Pharaoh? A, demand that Pharaoh say Yahweh's name. B, lie to Pharaoh with the false claim that they only want to go to the wilderness for a 3-day festival. C, Yahweh's entire plan is simply glorify me. D, tell Pharaoh to send them to the wilderness and then await further orders. Or E, boldly tell Pharaoh that he is to release the Israelites permanently. The biblical answer is B, lie to Pharaoh with the false claim that they only want to go to the wilderness for a 3-day festival. Which I find to be a great parallel because that's not the beginning of Exodus, but that's kind of the beginning of the real drama in Exodus. And of course, in Genesis, what is the first communication that we hear from God to mankind? It's a lie. In Genesis, the first time God communicates directly to mankind, he does so with a lie. And then the first time in Exodus that he's communicating to the Egyptians, it's with a lie. To be fair, his first communication to mankind in Exodus is directly to Moses. But the first time that he has Moses communicate to Egypt, to the Pharaoh, it's a lie. After you rape and impregnate a slave, and your wife becomes angry with that slave, the slave who will now be the mother of your child, how should you deal with this situation? A, sacrifice the slave to God. B, marry the slave and divorce your wife. C, invite your bros over to watch the ensuing cat fight. D, tell your wife, your slave is in your power. Do to her as you please. Or E, free the slave and provide for the future of your child. The biblically correct answer is D, tell your wife, your slave is in your power. Do with her as you wish. Who cares if she's carrying your child? Screw her. Tell your wife to do with her whatever you want. What makes for a good witness to a covenant? A, a talking donkey. B, the testimony of a living, breathing person. C, a signed document. D, the angel of the Lord. Or E, a heap of stones or a pillar. The biblically accurate answer is a heap of stones or a pillar. Should you be afraid if you're about to die in labor? A, not if you've given your life to Christ. B, not if the baby is a boy. C, only if your husband's other wife has given him more children. D, not if the baby is healthy. Or E, it's perfectly natural to be afraid of death regardless of the circumstances around it. The biblically accurate answer is not if the baby is a boy. Like, who cares if you're dying in childbirth? Yeah, you're having a boy. That should make you happy. Assuming that it's logical and just for an omnibenevolent God to kill nearly every human and animal on earth, what is the best way for him to accomplish that? A, Thanos snapped them out of existence. B, sterilize them and transfer them to a magical realm where they will slowly die out but still manage to lead full lives. C, put them all into a deep, peaceful sleep, for example, general anesthesia, before ultimately ending their lives without any knowledge on their part. D, afflict them all with a slow but steadily advancing form of cancer. Or E, drown them all with some of them managing to cling to life with makeshift rafts or shelter for days or even weeks before finally succumbing to a brutal end. Of course, the biblically accurate answer is E. Drown them all, because that's the best way to kill everyone off. What should you do with someone who has intercourse with an animal? A. Banish them to the wilderness. B. Force them to pay 30 shekels and marry the animal. C. While bestiality is one of the most revolting acts that a human can perform, meting out the death penalty for this would only match barbarity with revulsion. D. Send them off to live amongst the Canaanites. Or E. Execute them. The biblically accurate answer is to E. Execute them. We'll do 4 more of these. We'll get to 20. If you plan to kill your child as a burnt offering, how should you carry it out? A. Blindfold them so they don't realize that you're about to kill them. B. Kill them in their sleep so they don't realize what has happened. C. Dress up as Satan so their last memory won't be of their own supposedly righteous father killing them in the name of the supposedly righteous God. D. Check yourself into the nearest mental health facility and find a new religion. Or E. Have them carry the wood that will be used for their own death and lie to them about your true intentions. Of course, the biblically accurate answer is E. Tell them to carry the wood and lie to them about what's going to happen. Using the angel of the Lord as a guideline, what should you do when you find a runaway slave who was raped and impregnated by her master and then abused by his wife? A. Tell her to return to the abusive wife and submit to her. B. Help her to freedom. Give her support and guidance to start a new life. C. Ask her if she has any friends who would also like to be raped, impregnated, and abused. D. Help her to end it all painlessly. Or E. Instruct her to offer her unborn child as a sacrifice. The biblically accurate answer is A. Tell her to return to the abusive wife and submit to her. How does the Bible's stance on kidnapping impact slavery? A. The ban on kidnapping abolishes slavery amongst Hebrews, but still allows for the acquisition of foreign slaves. B. The ban on kidnapping is essentially a ban on slavery altogether. C. The ban on kidnapping abolished male slavery while keeping female slavery intact. D. The ban on kidnapping merely restricts one of the many ways in which slaves could theoretically be acquired. Or E. The ban on kidnapping does nothing to abolish slavery. At best, it merely cuts off one of the ways by which slaves could be acquired, many of which are explicitly codified and endorsed in the Bible. The biblically accurate answer is D. It just restricts one of the many ways in which slaves could theoretically be acquired. And the last question we'll do. What should happen to someone who eats leavened bread in the week before Passover? A. They should be cut off from the entire nation. B. Nothing. Why would you punish someone for eating bread? C. They should be given butter to spread on their bread. D. They should be stoned. Or E. They should be ostracized until they sacrifice a lamb. And the biblically accurate answer is A. They should be cut off from the entire nation. That would be the perfect answer for someone having the audacity to eat bread, unleavened bread, or leavened bread. How dare they? How dare you eat leavened bread? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is late. I think that I am turning into a pumpkin. It has been a fun evening. We got lots of good details here for the new section that we will be putting up for all of the reasons why the prophecies that were supposedly fulfilled by Jesus are not prophecies, and are not fulfilled by Jesus. But we'll continue doing that in future episodes. So thank you everyone for joining. It's been a good, fun night. Appreciate everyone's input. I appreciate all the super chats. I appreciate all the comments. I appreciate Wes sending us all a little bit of honey. So, that's really nice of him to help spread the food around. Like he didn't feed us per se, but he gave us all the taste of honey. That's so beautiful. Gotta love when Jeebus brings you honey. What a great night. So I appreciate each and every one of you. See you Tuesday, hopefully. Some of you, most of you, who knows? Starting at 5 o'clock Central Time. And catch you guys later. Have a great night.